Chapter 1459. Vitch! Vitch! The furious man used the most vicious words to insult her. Little fool. The woman's voice was gentle and affectionate, as if she was caressing the man's face. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? I'm a roundworm in your stomach. If you want to cross the border of the demon area and return to the human world, you'd better go through Black Cloud City and go directly back to the Wanxiang sect. Let me go back, or I'll die with you. The man's voice became cold. This was not just a threat. Okay, go if you want to. We're one. How can I make things difficult for you? The woman said obediently, I'll kill a few disciples of the Wanxiang sect to stop you. I won't let you succeed. The man's voice was firm, but there was a trace of fear. Can you stop me? Vitch! Vitch! Ha 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 ha! Jia jia jia! He 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 he! On the black wasteland swept by the strong wind, a figure slowly walked from the horizon. The broken cloak woven from gray hemp fluttered in the wind. Only half of his face was exposed under the hood. He kept talking to himself. In two voices, with two expressions, a man and a woman. It was like playing chess with oneself. All the strategies would match and restrain each other, constantly escalate, and finally form a dead knot. It would fall into complete chaos and turn into hysterical curses. The man was furious, and the woman enjoyed it. I must separate. Even if it's only the Yang spirit, even if I have to leave this dragon body to this bitch. The man's thoughts were like those of a husband who was almost crazy after being tortured by his wife. He would rather leave the house with nothing than a divorce. Even the thought of revenge was almost obliterated. You can't escape, you can't escape, you can't escape. The woman repeated it over and over again like a resentful wife, enjoying the pleasure of revenge to the fullest. She felt a great joy that she had never experienced before. And it was not just for power. The man had proposed countless compromises, which could be beneficial to both sides. There was indeed no conspiracy. After all, they could not deceive each other. There was a great risk in this twisted state, and it was the same for her. But she could not pretend to agree to play tricks on him. This was the only guest in her hell. How could she let him go? Even if they had to die together. He suddenly stopped and raised his head, revealing a handsome face. It had a face that was difficult to distinguish between a man and a woman. A rhombus was embedded in its forehead. 7 colors swirled within it, illuminating the sky. A streak of black light descended from the sky and disappeared into the end of the wasteland. That seems to be the direction of Black Cloud City. The man was shocked. He seemed to be in a certain demon folk market. He had heard of similar legends. Will she be there? The woman muttered to herself. Perhaps this was the real reason why she had allowed him to go to Black Cloud City. You lowly woman, do you really want to die? Haha, if I die, you won't be able to live either. Then, another round of argument ensued. Hanging on their waists, the forsaken immortal sword had never felt so normal before. He couldn't help but miss his previous master, even if she had abandoned him. But he didn't blame her at all, because he knew it wasn't because he hated her. It was a purely rational decision. However, it was wrong of her to throw herself to such a lunatic. Li Qingshan still had no idea how great of a disturbance he had caused. He had read quite a lot of information, so he knew there were many demon seeds in the demon domain, and most of them would die as soon as they were born. He fiddled around with the black glass, beat a little more before stowing it away in his Samura ring. No wonder demon folk are fighting over this thing so madly. The benefits are just far too great. Don't tell me someone's going to try and steal my demon heart of Black Sun too. That would be for the best. I'll kill every single one of them. They'll all be food for little, and although he knew nothing about the legends of the demon domain, he still named it the Black Sun, based on what he saw when the demon heart condensed, or perhaps it was the will of the heavens. However, he had never imagined that the entire boundless demon domain could see the Black Sun demon heart. The demon folk who wanted the demon heart of Black Sun included the 12 demon gods. The reason why the demon gods did not kill their way over immediately was because they had to deal with the desireless heavenly palace. They dared not act recklessly. More importantly, they were afraid of internal conflict. Their chaotic and evil natures made it very difficult for them to reach an agreement. Under the threat of common interests, they only managed to form an alliance. If they really believed the demon heart of Black Sun could make them masters of the demon domain, then they would definitely end up just like the regular demon folk who fought over the demon seed. There would definitely be an extremely brutal battle between them, and the entire demon domain would collapse. If the desireless Heavenly Palace launched a full-scale counterattack, they would have to spit out everything they had swallowed. They would not be able to recover even after 10,000 years. Once the demon domain contracted on a large scale, it would no longer be able to contain the 12 demon gods. People would definitely die. After all, legends were still just legends. The demon domain had many, many legends. Even if a small portion of them came true, it was not worth it to give up on the entire advantageous situation and risk death. That would be far too foolish. However, if there was an opportunity to succeed secretly, they would never let it slip by either. The demon domain was expanding anyway. All they had to do was slightly change the direction of their attacks. Regardless of whether they could find the demon heart of Black Sun or not, uprooting Black Cloud City had always been imperative. They were just bringing the plan forward slightly. Secretly, several dozen demon kings and an army of several million began to mobilize. The eve of the storm instead seemed extraordinarily calm. Li Qingshan's demon patrolled the demon domain in a relaxed and contented manner. Perhaps because he had turned down the demon heart of Black Sun, the circulation of the heavenly tome of freedom became smoother and smoother. Although it did not convert into power immediately, the path ahead became clearer. As it seemed, this heavenly tome really was extremely suitable for him. He basically encountered no bottlenecks when cultivating it. However, it was not like there were no bad things. The Great Freedom Demon statue on his back became even more lifelike and lifelike. He even suspected whether it would turn into a cartoon in the future if this continued. As he patrolled the icy plains, he considered how he should deal with this matter. He could not help but think of the monk from the Pure Land sect who shone. He asked little, and the Great Freedom Demon statue seems to react very strongly to the monk's technique. I wonder why. The Great Freedom God was subdued by the Buddha. Can I borrow his power and use Buddha to suppress demons? Little and nodded. We can try. The cultivation method of the Pure Land sect is to recite Buddha's name and pursue rebirth in the Western Pure Land after death. With the profession of reciting Buddha's name as the internal cause and the power of Amitabha's wish as the external cause, the internal and external correspond to each other and rebirth in the Western Pure Land. Li Qingshan scratched his head. Can you put it more simply? Little and smiled. The Buddha's great wish to use the Mahayana Buddhism to deliver all living beings from suffering is not just for words. Even if it is a peasant, as long as he sincerely recites Buddha's name, he will not fall into reincarnation and can go to the Western Pure Land to enjoy happiness. This is probably the purpose of the Pure Land sect. Li Qingshan expressed his doubts. Is the Western Pure Land really that good? He would be suspicious of everything that came too easily. There is no such thing as a pie falling from the sky. Even if it fell, it would hit you in the face. Sean said with a smile, monks don't lie. Do you think Buddha would lie? The word Pure Land is not a lie. Li Qingshan sighed with emotion. If you can get Pure Land by saying a few good words, why do you have to be so tired and cultivate so hard? Zen still needs to see the heart and nature. Tantra needs to be reincarnated continuously, and it can't be done without great wisdom and perseverance. It's not as easy as the Pure Land sect. We really don't need to be very troublesome and tired to become Buddha. Exactly. Therefore, the Pure Land sect is the #1 sect of Buddhism. Its believers are far more than other sections. Its supernatural powers are not inferior, and it is best at borrowing the power of Buddha. It has the magic that other sects do not have. Li Qingshan grinned. The Buddha has prepared everything for you. All you need to do is assume a good posture. Of course, kneeling and licking is also indispensable. However, to be able to go through 5 heavenly tribulations and achieve the Situa Maha fruit, it is definitely not enough to just kneel and lick. It is necessary to know 108 methods, which are patterns of kneeling and licking. No wonder the Great Freedom God hates the Pure Land sect so much, a group of brainless guys. Therefore, it is very worth a try. What you hate is what you are afraid of. The enemy of your enemy is your friend. When I go back, I will go to the Pure Land Temple and get rid of this great freedom demon elephant. Chapter 1460. Even if you don't threaten me, I don't need you. The Een demons continued to patrol the icy plains. To be honest, this job was actually quite boring. After all this time, he had not even seen a single proper demonic beast, let alone demon folk. He was not nervous or excited at all. Have they all curled up because it's cold? Although he had turned down the demon heart of Black Sun, the demon domain did not reject him at all as someone who had almost become a demon seed. Instead, it allowed him to use the illusion demon escape even more freely. It was even easier than the human realm. Speaking of which, his journey this time was all because of his grievances with his own people. He had not been attacked by demon folk along the way. Instead, he had been threatened and slapped by his own people. And these three bastards just happened to be the three most powerful figures in Black Cloud City. Sure enough, the greatest enemy comes from behind. Fortunately, I'm a loyal person. If it were someone else, they would have joined the enemy in anger a long time ago. But this is far too boring. Am I supposed to run errands? I still have to find a way to capture a demon folk and ask them how to get to Kinkishan. The information says that demon folk have a large city as well. It just happens to face Black Cloud City from afar. Do you want to take a look? Just a look. Li Liahua did not ask him to investigate either, as that was no different from sending him to his death, at least to regular Een spirit cultivators. Even for him, this was a very dangerous matter. A military fortress with the demon emperor in charge was no easier to deal with than Ao Xian in the Xianming cave abode. Moreover, he didn't have any teammates this time, and his original body wasn't here either. Once his tracks were exposed, the Een demons would definitely be destroyed. However, as someone who would not be comfortable unless he asked for it, he still arrived before the fortress between the icy mountains and valleys. In the wind and snow, he could vaguely make out the three large, blood-red words, Cold Blood Pass. Li Qingshan curled his lip. What a Chinibya name. However, according to the culture and customs of the demon domain, cold blood was a compliment, similar to despicable, shameless, cruel, and heartless. They were all compliments, so there was nothing strange about it. However, what he found strange was that there was not a single person on the walls. Only the banners fluttered in the wind. The city was deathly silent. There's no one standing guard on the walls. Was the military discipline of the demon folk so poor? But even so, there are at least 200,000 soldiers here. Why is there no sound at all? Isn't the military discipline a little too good? He tried to sneak closer. When he arrived at Cold Blood Pass, he still did not feel the obstruction of the formation. A stone fortress alone could not stop him at all. He almost suspected that this was a trap. Once he stepped into the city, he would immediately be ambushed. The sounds of killing shook the heavens. But this idea was too ridiculous. Therefore, he bravely passed through the pass and entered the city. The scene in front of him shocked him. Even if there was an ambush from all sides, he wouldn't be so surprised. Collapsed buildings and tumbling ice rocks formed a large area of ruins, as if a vicious beast had wreaked havoc here. The corpses of demon folk littered the entire valley. Even the wind was unable to disperse the overly heavy smell of blood. In particular, a few large pits were piled up with the incomplete limbs of demon folk. The blood had condensed into a lake of ice. Those were the eyes of those who died with everlasting regret. Their faces were frozen with hatred and fear. It was like a living hell. That's far too exciting. Li Qingshan pursed his lips. He was in high spirits as he advanced carefully. However, even after walking for quite some time, he still did not discover a single living creature. Don't tell me all of this is because of that woman, Chao Tianjiao. Isn't that a little too much? Li Qingshan never imagined that all of this was because of him. Instead, he thought of Chao Tuanji, who radiated with murderousness. However, she had managed to take down a stronghold of demon folk alone. Not only that, but she had even massacred the entire city. No, that was impossible. The human emperors of the human realm were all capable of such brutality. They would have thrashed the demon folk a long time ago. In reality, the Demon King Tu Wanqing had immediately returned to the depths of the demon domain under the supervision of the faceless evil god to await further orders after he had finished cleaning up. He left behind an empty city here. It was impossible for humans to come and occupy this place anyway. Li Qingshan was confused. He relied on his instincts to confirm something major must have happened. It's probably related to that woman, Chao Tianjiao. Instead, he felt a little more admiration for her. To be able to create such a great scene, I really have to give it to you. Although he did not manage to capture a single demon folk to ask for directions, he had already made a great profit. He took out his Sumera ring and collected several 100,000 corpses effortlessly. He brought them back for little and to burn. There were also many fine armor and weapons. These items would all be useful in the future. As a result, he left this cold blood pass with a bountiful harvest, returning to Black Cloud City. Black Cloud City, Blaze Hall. The Blaze Legion was currently holding a monthly meeting. Li Liehua asked the bearded man with a smile, "Old Hu, how's the preparation for the competition of the entire army?" Hu Jigang patted his chest. "Don't worry, first senior brother. I've already told our brothers to train harder. We'll definitely make those bitches of the Black Tortoise Squad suffer this time." Everyone laughed aloud. The hall was filled with a warm atmosphere. Someone said, "Has that Li guy left the city yet?" Hu Jigang sneered. "Definitely not. I just saw him planting flowers and grass outside the tower yesterday. He probably still thinks this is a herb garden." This led to another round of laughter. They all said, "I really don't know what's in his head. He's actually planting flowers in Black Cloud City. He's scared. Of course he has to calm himself down and comfort him. How dare he act so arrogantly in front of first senior brother when he's so cowardly. Piss off and drink milk." Li Liehua said to a burly colonel at the door, "If he still doesn't set off, send someone to urge him. If he misses the deadline, don't blame me for not reminding him when he's punished by military law." "Yes, I'll go urge him right now. Hehe, I can also take a look at his garden." The colonel immediately stood up and left. Before long, he returned with a strange expression. Li Liehua asked, "How come he's back so soon?" "That's hard to say." Hu Jigang said impatiently, "Stop stuttering. Has he already left the city, or is he afraid to see you? He said that first senior brother's mission has been completed, and he has something important to report. He'll report back immediately." The Fiery Blaze Hall was in an uproar. The generals looked at each other. How long had it been? How could such a large area be explored in such a short time? Hu Jigang even cursed, "That bastard dares to treat the general's order as a child's play. He deserves to die." Li Liehua sneered, "What a joke." The hall immediately quieted down. "Tell him to report back immediately. I want to see what important matter he has to report." Li Liehua's tone was filled with killing intent. How dare he ignore his military order? Even if there was no enmity between them, he would not forgive him. There's no need to invite him. "Li Qingshan is here." Li Qingshan's voice came from outside the hall. Li Liehua shouted, "Come in." As a result, Li Qingshan walked in openly. "What do you have to report?" Li Liehua suppressed his anger. His eyes shone as if he wanted to eat someone alive. "Think carefully. Lying about military intelligence is a capital offense." "I understand." Li Qingshan shrugged and picked his ears. He raised his head and looked at the sky before scratching his head as if he was trying to organize his words. The hall was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone stared at him. Afterwards, they heard him say, "The 200,000 to 300,000 demon folk in Cold Blood Pass are all dead." "Fuck you." Li Liehua flew into a rage. He kicked the stone table in front of him away, smashing it towards Li Qingshan's face. Li Qingshan smashed the stone table with a punch, and shrapnel shot through the hall. The generals were not as powerful as him, but with the first senior brother's furious strike coupled with the power of tremors that Li Qingshan had secretly unleashed, a series of cries rang out. Basically everyone was injured. If they were lucky, they were covered in dust. Li Qingshan's lips curled into a smile. He took a step forward and said righteously, "What right do you have to beat people up? What's so great about being an army commander? Can you beat people up as you please just because you're an army commander?" The three questions were as loud as thunder. The entire Black Cloud City heard them loud and clear. In the Black Tortoise Hall, Chao Tenjiao was holding a regular meeting as well. The generals were all shocked when they heard that. They all looked at their commander. Chao Tianjiao's expression changed. She broke out into laughter. "It's that kid." Originally, she was very angry that Gu Xing did not arrange for Li Qingshan to join her Black Tortoise army, but she suddenly felt rather fortunate now. With that kid's temper, it would be strange if he did not make a fuss. In the Pure Land Temple, the abbot was hosting the morning meeting. He was also stunned by the three questions. The two commanders in the city were both short-tempered and decisive. Chapter 1461. Dazzling flames shot out from every window of the fiery blaze hall like torches, lighting up the black clouds and melting the snow, attracting the attention of countless soldiers. "I will burn you to ashes." Li Qingshan clenched his teeth, his eyes turning into two burning charcoal, blazing flames spewing out from every pore. In the scorching hot air, he was like a fire god descending, walking towards Li Qingshan step by step. Li Qingshan nodded slightly and laughed. "What if what I said is true? Then I will give my army commander position to you." With the roar of a fire dragon, Li Qingshan pounced forward. The short distance of 60 zhang was instantly ignited into a fiery meteor, wanting to destroy Li Qingshan in an instant. "Hua!" Li Qingshan waved his hand, and a large flag whistled out. He grabbed the pole that was as thick as a water bucket, and the black flag fluttered in the waves of heat. To everyone's surprise, the word "slaughter" was written on it. Li Qingshan suddenly stopped and stared at the flag with wide eyes. It was obvious that this was not the first time he had seen it. It was the flag of the main army of Cold Blood past General Tu Wanqing. It was unknown how much blood and souls had been sacrificed to this flag, and it had experienced countless battles and battles. Even though it had been cut in half, the fierce and murderous aura of the army was still there. It was impossible to copy it. "This is impossible. Calm down, don't burn it, or else there will be no evidence." Li Qingshan blew out the few sparks on the flag. He had picked it up from the ruins and felt that the aura it contained was extraordinary, so he brought it back. Li Qingshan snatched the flag and looked at it anxiously. Noticing the smooth cut on the pole, his eyes suddenly lit up. Black Tortoise Blade, Astral Blade. "Huh, Chao Trenjio must have given this to you, to let you bluff your way through. But I never expected you to be stupid enough to tell such a lie." It seems that someone mentioned my name." Chao Tianjiao's voice came from the Black Tortoise Hall, and she was already in front of the fiery blaze hall. "Chao Tianjiao, look at what you've done." Li Liahua tossed the flagpole to her. Chao Tianjia casually grabbed the flag and glanced at it. "This flag was indeed cut by me, but I didn't give it to you." "Kid, you also reached the Cold Blood Pass? You've got guts." Li Liahua frowned. Chao Tianjia wouldn't lie like this, which meant that this kid had really reached the Cold Blood Gate. "Li Qingshan, I can't believe that you're able to stand in the midst of an army of 10,000. Picking up the broken flag was considered a brave warrior. However, you can't escape punishment for lying about military intelligence." Chao Tianjia smiled and said, "Brat, what military intelligence did you lie about?" "I didn't lie. You're the one who lied." Li Qingshan wasn't polite to the other Legion commander. Before Chao Tianjia could lose her temper, he said indifferently, "The 200,000 or 300,000 demon folk army in Cold Blood Pass have all been wiped out." "Huh, what the hell are you talking about?" Chao Tianjiao's eyes widened. She grabbed Li Qingshan's shoulder. "I've only just returned from there. Although I've slashed that Tu Wanqing several dozen times and slaughtered several thousand demon folk, I've only just returned from there. Although I cut down that Tu Wanqing several dozen times and slaughtered several thousand demon folk, that guy's recovery rate after demonifying is startling. He's clearly still alive and well. An army of several 100,000. Even if they just stand there and let me kill them, my hands will go limp. Your lies are a little too ridiculous." Li Liahua grabbed Li Qingshan by the collar and pulled him over. he said murderously. What else do you have to say? Li Qingshan smiled and asked again, what if I'm telling the truth? Li Liehua said, what if you're lying? Li Liehua said, what if you're lying? One was a raging inferno, while the other was an unchanging mountain. As they faced off, everyone held their breaths. Even the generals of the Blaze Legion admired Li Qingshan's courage slightly. Faced with an enraged Legion commander, they did not even dare to breathe too loudly. Li Qingshan said, I'll die. Li Liehua laughed out of anger. Good, very good. If you're telling the truth, then you can have my Legion commander position. Huzi, go get the monk Rangoon. Yes, sir. Hu Ji accepted the order. A Buddhist chant came from outside the door. Amit Ba, no need to trouble yourself. I'm here. The abbot walked in slowly. His body did not glow. Only now did Li Qingshan see his appearance clearly. His eyebrows and beard were all white, shining like silver threads. His face was ruddy, and he had a kind expression. It was exactly what a normal person would imagine a master to be. For some reason, the abbot felt that Li Qingshan was rather familiar, but he could not remember where he had seen him before. Li Qingshan grinned. Master, we meet again. You are. The abbot suspected that there was something wrong with his heaven's eye. Could he not even remember people? You only slapped me once. Have you forgotten so quickly? Li Qingshan patted his chest. It's you. The abbot suddenly thought of the demon he encountered not long ago. So you're not a demon folk? Of course not. I just practiced the Tome of Freedom. My own spirit is rather special. I've misunderstood you, Master. Amit Ba, I see. The Tome of Freedom and the Book of All really are all-encompassing. The abbot sighed. He studied Li Qingshan up and down. He did not seem to trust him too much, but he also seemed to feel a sense of familiarity. This was basically how Buddhism felt about the Mahaspara. I wonder what happened here? Before Li Qingshan could answer, Li Liehua interrupted, Master, your heaven's eye and heaven's ear can distinguish between truth and falsehood. You've always been the one to assess the military merits of Black Cloud City. Now, I'd like to invite you to listen to something related to the military merits assessment. Let's see if it's true or not. The abbot said, since it's related to the military merits assessment, that's my responsibility. May I ask what it is? Li Liehua stared at Li Qingshan intently. Are you brave enough to repeat what you just said? Why wouldn't I? However, while I, Li Qingshan, may not have the authority of some army commander or local tyrant, I won't be wrongly accused. You can't do it more than 3 times. In front of Senior Sister Chow, Master Yangon, and so many people, I'll ask you again. Li Liehua, what if what I said is true? Li Liehua frowned. He was violent, but he was not an idiot. Li Qingshan's confidence made him waver slightly. Was it really as he said? Was there a tiny possibility that what he said had happened? After all, there were always various strange things on the battlefield. Perhaps a human immortal had passed by and slaughtered Cold Blood Pass in passing? No, that was impossible. Human immortals' time and energy were so precious. Even if they took action, it would definitely be for the sake of the overall situation. They would not kill for the sake of killing. And the Myriad sect had always been responsible for this war zone. Even if a human immortal was needed, it would definitely be the 2 sect masters. They would not hide it from him and Chao Tianjiao. After considering all the possibilities, he confirmed that Li Qingshan was only bluffing. With his personality, why would he show weakness? I will answer you for the last time if what you say is true. If what you said is true, then I'll leave my position as army commander to you. Every single word was like a nail being hammered into a rock. If what you said is false, then there's no need to dirty my hands. Take your own life. The atmosphere was as cold as ice, yet as scorching as fire. Killing intent was almost boiling. Li Qingshan smiled. He turned to the abbot and said calmly, the 200,000 to 300,000 demon folk in Cold Blood Pass are all dead. What? The abbot was astounded too. No matter who heard that, they would find it unbelievable. They were certain it was a lie. However, to his disbelief, his eye of the heavenly ear and eye of the heavenly eye could not tell that he was lying at all. It was basically like he was saying, the sun is round. There was nothing suspicious about it. Amit Ba. He dared not be careless. He brought his palms together and chanted the name of Buddha. His body shone brightly, and he became solemn like a Buddha. "Please say that again, fellow." As a result, Li Qingshan said it again. The light gradually faded. Seeing how the abbot remained silent for a long time, instead becoming rather troubled, Li Liahua's heart skipped a beat. He forced himself not to rush him. Li Qingshan smiled mysteriously, while Chao Tianjia blinked her eyes. She felt like there was a great deal to this. It was not like she was worried about the commotion, and she was not worried about the funeral. She would be happy no matter who died. Cough, cough, monks don't lie. Please tell me the truth, master. The abbot's lips trembled. Aye, it's true. With that, everyone's expressions changed. They all fell silent. Only Li Qingshan burst out laughing, which rapidly turned into great laughter and wild laughter. Eventually, he spread his arms and faced the sky. The heavens have blessed me. I've become an army commander. Ha 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 ha. Chao Tianjia's eyes shone. She thought, what a Li Qingshan. You've gone too far with your joke. Chapter 1462. Li Qingshan's maniacal laughter ignited Li Liahua's anger again. He wanted to burn him to ashes. Chao Tenjiao took half a step forward and blocked the heat wave for Li Qingshan. She chuckled and looked at Li Liahua. Li Liahua regained his composure and thought, why am I so easily provoked by this kid? So far, no one had been able to withstand the full power of Li Qingshan's mockery. It could be described as the greatest ability. Li Liahua said to Yang Gan, Master, please forgive me. This kid must be playing some tricks. The Inferno Legion's generals agreed. That's right. There's definitely a trick. This kid isn't a good person. Li Qingshan curled his lips in disapproval. He really wouldn't shed a tear until he saw the coffin. Yang Gan was sure that he didn't see wrongly. He had already communicated with the Western Pure Lands and borrowed the power of Amitabha, but he still couldn't tell if it was a lie. There was only one answer. Li Qingshan was speaking the truth. Li Liahua regained some confidence. At least until now, there was no direct evidence to prove Li Qingshan's words. The unfettered heavenly scripture that he cultivates is the latest heavenly scripture created by Spirit Venerable Goehai. He walks the path of the great freedom sky demon, so he probably has many secret techniques. Yang Gan wasn't convinced. No matter how many secret techniques Li Qingshan had, they had to be based on his cultivation. It was impossible for him to deceive a 5 tribulation expert like him. But this was a serious matter, so he could only sigh. Maybe? Li Liahua felt relieved. As long as Yang Gan changed his words, there would be a chance to turn the situation around. He said proudly, Li Qingshan, do you think you can seize the position of Legion Commander with a trick? What wishful thinking. I'll send someone to Cold Blood Pass to investigate. Li Qingshan smiled. You'll send someone? Then I'll be dead for sure. Li Liahua sneered. What other tricks do you have? Chao Tianjia suggested. Why don't I make another trip? Li Qingshan and Li Liahua glanced at her at the same time, but did not reply. Chao Tianjia said angrily, Hey, what do you mean? Don't you trust me? I don't trust him. Chao Tianjia gritted her teeth. These two damn stinky men. Abbot Yang Gan sighed and said, This matter is of great importance. Let this old monk go. No need. Li Qingshan raised his hand. He walked towards the door. Everyone, please follow me. I have other evidence. Sigh, I didn't want to go through so much trouble. In front of the raging blaze hall, almost all the generals of the Inferno Legion and the Xuanwu Legion were gathered in an empty training field. Some monks from the Pure Land Temple also came to watch the show. They were divided into 3 groups, led by 3 people. These were the 3 major powers of Black Cloud City. Li Liahua stood with his hands behind his back, his expression solemn. Abbot Yang Gan chanted the name of Buddha and cultivated incessantly. Chao Tenjiu casually put her hands on her hips, waiting for a certain person to be unlucky. Their gazes all locked onto Li Qingshan, who walked towards the center of the training field alone. He stopped in the pure white snow and smiled. He rose into the air. He activated his Sumeru ring. In that instant, countless corpses fell from the sky, like a storm, hitting the ground heavily. Bang, 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 bang. Everyone was dumbfounded. In the blink of an eye, a mountain of corpses piled up on the training field. The heavy smell of blood filled their noses and mouths. The mountain of corpses of 200,000 or 300,000 demon folk was extraordinarily majestic. Even though everyone present was experienced in battle, they still felt a great pressure and could not help but take half a step back. Li Qingshan stood high up on the mountain of corpses and laughed aloud. Li Liehua, what else do you have to say? There was no reply. Li Liehua, Chao Tenjiao and Abbot Yangon had already arrived before the mountain of corpses and began to inspect them. Li Liehua's expression became more and more solemn. These demon folk were indeed the army stationed at Cold Blood Pass. Their armor, weapons, and auras were all fine. The abbot's eyes shone as he glanced around. They've all died recently, and it doesn't seem like they died to the hands of humans. For some reason, he thought of the sight he had seen at the border between the two regions. The colossal demonic figure that stood on the horizon. Chao Tenjiao rubbed her chin. She was also confused. These demon folk seemed to have been killed off by the demonified Tu Wancheng. Li Liehua noticed this too. He looked over furiously. Chao Tianjiao, you tricked me. This was basically the most logical explanation. Under Chao Tenjiao's coercion, Tu Wancheng had turned into a demonic beast and massacred Cold Blood Pass. Chao Tianjia rolled her eyes. Why would I trick you? When I left, Tu Wancheng was still alive and well. He didn't turn into a demonic beast. Senior sister is mighty. The generals of the Xuanwu army called out. Li Liehua said, I never thought you'd actually be so despicable. Say that again. Chao Tianjia squinted her eyes slightly. The two commanders were on the verge of a showdown. Li Qingshan sat on the mountain of corpses and watched on. He thought, fight, fight, fight. One dead is one less. The abbot said, Amitba. Please calm down, the two of you. There are many doubtful points here. Can a single Tu Wancheng really kill so many demon folk? These wounds don't seem like they were left behind by a berserk demonic beast either. Li Liehua sank into his thoughts. Demonic beasts were crazy and bloodthirsty, but they would not kill for no reason. Moreover, demonic beasts lacked rationality, which made them easier to deal with than demon folk. Let alone a berserk demonic beast, even if the Demon King massacred 10,000 cities, it would be impossible for him to slaughter such an elite demon folk army. At the same time, Chao Tenjiao did not possess that ability either. Otherwise, she would have made such a great contribution and basically secured her position as the first senior sister. Why would she use it against him? Chao Tenjiao split open the mountain of corpses. Strange, there aren't any corpses of demon kings or demon emperors here. There's not even a little finger left. On the top of the mountain of corpses, Li Qingshan dodged the blade aura and swung his fist. Oi, be careful. Everyone's gazes gathered on him once again. They wanted to understand just what was going on. Li Qingshan laid out his hands. What are you all looking at me for? I just happened to discover it, but someone just happens to refuse to believe me. What can I do? Li Liehua's chest heaved as he clenched his fists. He seemed like he wanted to eat Li Qingshan whole. Suddenly, he closed his eyes and suppressed his anger. He clasped his hands at Li Qingshan. Junior brother Li, I was wrong. You ventured deep into the demon realm and discovered the drastic change in Cold Blood Pass. Not only did you complete the mission, you also made a great contribution to the sect. I will resign from the position of Corps Commander to the sect and recommend you to take over. The generals and colonels of Scorching Inferno Corps were shocked. Senior brother, you mustn't do that. Yangon's abbot hurriedly advised. Fellow Taoist Li, this is a serious matter. Please reconsider. Chao Tenjiao also felt that things had gone too far. The loss of 200,000 to 300,000 soldiers was nothing to the demon realm. There would definitely be a war in the coming year. The two corps would still need to work together to fight against the enemy. She frowned. Li Liehua, this is a battlefield, not a place for you to play house. Let this brat punch you a few times. It's fine if you take revenge for that punch. I've made up my mind. There's no need to say more. Li Liehua said decisively. In order to cultivate the scorching inferno heavenly book, he changed his name to Li Liahua. He wanted to learn the true meaning of it. His heart was as fierce as fire. Wrong was wrong. Right was right. It was impossible for him to deny it or compromise for the sake of the general interest. Clap, 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 clap. Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect Li Liahua to admit defeat so easily. He clapped his hands and laughed. Li Liahua, you're really scheming. What am I scheming? Li Qingshan jumped down from the corpse mountain. I'm just an inner disciple. I don't have the qualifications to be a corps commander. Even if you resign from the sect won't allow it. In the end, you'll still be a corps commander. Don't push me too far. Since I've already resigned, I won't go back on my word. Haha, I've pushed you too far. Who forced me to hand over the mysterious underworld cave abode? Who punched me the moment we met? Master Yangun, I'm not talking about you. Who wants to show me who's boss? Li Qingshan questioned 3 times. From start to finish, he didn't take the initiative to provoke Li Liahua. But since he had already vented his anger, it would be a little like a villain intoxicated by success if he continued to hold on to such a small matter. Senior brotherly, I don't want your scorching inferno corps, nor do I care. Keep it for yourself. If I want to be a corps commander, I'll establish my own corps after becoming a direct disciple. Since you came at me for that punch, I'll return the favor. Li Liahua looked at him deeply. It was as if he was seeing him for the first time. Okay, I'll be waiting. Li Liahua led the group away. Li Qingshan kept the corpse mountain. Chao Tenjia said, Brat, you're not suitable to stay in the scorching inferno corps. I'll transfer you to the Xuanwu army. I believe no one will object. Li Qingshan sucked in a breath of cold air. SSS, you won't harm me, right? Chapter 1463. Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat as if he had experienced the scene before. He grabbed Chao Tianjiao's wrist and gently moved it away. Senior Martial Sister, please don't put your hand on other people's shoulders. Chao Tianjia saw the change in his expression and laughed wantonly. What, are you shy? Li Qingshan said indifferently, I only have Yaoju in my heart. Senior Martial Sister, you should give up. At this time, the Xuanwu army's generals were still on the training field. When they heard this, they really admired Li Qingshan from the bottom of their hearts. The army commander had a fiery temper. He had just offended Senior Martial Brotherly, but he dared to talk to Senior Martial Sister like this. They had never seen someone who could court death so easily. Chao Tianjia grabbed Li Qingshan's shoulder tightly and gritted her teeth. You really know how to dream. Even if it was a normal demon emperor, she would have crushed his shoulder, but her fingertips felt a strange toughness. Her strength couldn't penetrate his skin. What kind of fortuitous encounter did this kid have? His physique is actually so strong. Li Qingshan secretly activated. Ox Demon forges its hide, and the skin on his shoulder turned green. He said expressionlessly, ouch, it hurts. Senior Martial Sister, please spare me. Chao Tenjia let go of his hand resentfully. Kid, don't be too proud. The army competition is about to start, and I want you to be the first one. I prepared a small gift for you. Don't worry, I definitely won't miss it. Li Qingshan waved goodbye to Chao Tianjiao and was about to return to the tower. Abbot Yangon suddenly blocked his path. Amitba, fellow Taoist, please wait. Abbot, what's the matter? Li Qingshan put his palms together and bowed. Abbot Yangon recalled the giant demon shadow that appeared at the border of the demon realm. He felt uneasy and wanted to ask about it. Li Qingshan's Tao of great freedom was inextricably linked to Buddhism, but he was also no different from the devil's Tao, so he needed to be especially careful. You have made a great contribution to the great cause of fighting against the demons. You will definitely receive a lot of contribution points from the Wanxiang sect. You need to leave a note in the Pure Land Temple so that I can report it to the Desireless Heavenly Palace. Li Qingshan wanted to ask the monk for help with something. He smiled and said, so that's how it is. Then I'll go with Master. The Pure Land Temple seems to be shrouded in a warm glow. The snow turns into raindrops before it falls to the ground. It moisturized the grass on the ground, making it look like a patch of spring sunshine. However, Li Qingshan stopped in his tracks and subconsciously frowned. He didn't know why, but he found it annoying. Abbot Yangon did not seem to notice his abnormality. He raised his hand and said, "Fellow Taoist, please come in. It really is a pure land of Brahma." Li Qingshan smiled and stepped through the gate. In an instant, a tranquil and shapeless power seeped into his skin like the moistening of spring rain, nourishing his heart. The sound of the wooden fish and the chanting of scriptures came from afar. If a mortal was here, he would probably immediately leave the clamor of the mortal world. He would have the urge to convert to Buddhism. However, he felt more and more disgusted. The demonic thoughts kept growing, and his back started to feel hot again. In an instant, the tranquil and shapeless power was repelled. The sound of the wooden fish and the chanting of scriptures were like 10,000 mosquitoes and 10,000 flies buzzing in his ears. No matter how he listened, there was only one sentence, Amitabha. "Fellow Taoist, you don't seem to like this place?" Abbot Yangon turned around and asked. "No, this place is very good." Li Qingshan suppressed the annoyance in his heart and forced a smile. "I really made the right decision to come here today." He had to quickly get rid of that Mahabharata statue. When he arrived at the Hall of Great Strength, the Buddha's gaze fell. He looked down at all living beings indifferently, as if he saw nothing. Li Qingshan was restless. He slightly lowered his head and wanted to smash this Buddha into pieces with one punch, then kill all the chanting monks. He took a deep breath and finally sat on a praying mat in front of the Buddha. Abbot Yangon sat on the other side of the table and pushed a book of merits over. "Please write it down, fellow Taoist." Li Qingshan took the brush and wrote. Li Qingshan was ordered to explore the demon domain and discovered that Cold Blood Pass had been massacred. It was now an empty city. He was about to put down the brush. Abbot Yangon continued, "If you have other merits, you can write them down as well, such as killing a few demon folk or discovering something else. They will all become your contribution to the myriad sect." Hearing that, Li Qingshan raised his head. "Do the demon folk I've killed in the past count?" Abbot Yangon's eyes flickered. "Yes." In order to fend off the demon domain, not only did the mortal realm unite all the major sects, but they even did everything they could to encourage the smaller sects and independent cultivators to participate in the war. Cultivators who had fought against demon folk before were all geniuses, so they obviously would not be stingy with this bit of benefit. Something like that happened? I've killed quite a few demon folk before. Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow. This was a pleasant surprise. When he was in the 9 provinces, he had engaged in many battles to the death with demon folk. Countless demon folk had died to his hands. He actually failed to discover this when he investigated before. That was because there were far too few examples like this. Cultivators of the mortal realm obviously would not run off to the battlefield for no reason. However, among the 3,000 worlds, he just happened to be invaded by the demon domain, yet he was not devoured by the demon domain, and he even managed to ascend successfully in the end. Every single one of these incidents had a small probability of happening. Even Hui Long, who also originated from the 9 provinces, had never experienced something like this. If Li Qingshan were a regular soul nascence cultivator, it would already be very difficult for him to kill 1 or 2 demon kings, and it was very likely for him to die. He would not have the life to claim the merit. Amitabha. Killing demon folk is a merit. Li Qingshan scratched his head. Though, I don't really remember the exact number. Amitabha. As long as you didn't purposefully lie and the number is not too different from the truth, it's fine. This is before the Buddha. The Buddha will bear witness for you. That's good. Li Qingshan thought about it and began to write. After he was done, he pushed the book of merit back to the abbot. It's done. When Abbot Rangoon saw the numbers on it, he was shocked. Li Qingshan smiled silently. In the past, he had even killed demon emperors, as well as many demon kings and demon commanders. His number completely surpassed the 200,000 or 300,000 demon folk army in Cold Blood Pass. If all of this was counted as merit and turned into a contribution to the myriad sect, would he not rise up in a single stroke? He even thought about how many demon folk and demonic beasts had already been nurtured in the world of the 5 continents. If he killed them all later, would he still be far from becoming a true disciple? Probably never in their wildest dreams did the group of true disciples imagine that they would receive a great newcomer's gift as soon as they sent him to the battlefield of the demon domain. The abbot looked at the Book of Merit before looking at Li Qingshan. This was the Pure Land Temple. Before the Amitabha Buddha, even cultivators of the same cultivation as him could not lie without being discovered. Amitabha, I didn't think you'd actually make such a great contribution. I've been disrespectful. Li Qingshan sniggered. You flatter me, you flatter me. You're too polite, master. If it weren't for your reminder, I wouldn't have known I'd made such a great contribution either. The abbot asked further, may I ask where you killed so many demon folk? Li Qingshan thought about it. It wasn't in the human realm anyway. Don't tell me it was in the demon domain? The abbot leaned forward as his eyes shone brightly. Li Qingshan was taken aback. What are you thinking, master? Don't tell me you suspect me of being a spy from the demon domain? Chapter 1464. Before he knew it, the chanting had stopped. The monks' faces were sunken. The smoke from the incense curled into the grand hall. The Buddha watched on silently. His expression was unfathomable, as if he was smiling. Li Qingshan immediately felt tremendous pressure. He could no longer hold back his violent demonic thoughts. His back felt like it was on fire. His face was twisted and furious as he leaned forward as if he wanted to lunge at the abbot. His forehead almost pressed against the abbot's bald head. Suddenly, he powered the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression and halted all of his movements. He emphasized every single word, of course not. The abbot was basically tempted to ask, if you're not, then who is? He only managed to hold back the violent killing intent that rushed towards him. Even the deterrence of a demon king was nothing more than this. And this was the Pure Land Temple, right below the Buddha's feet. His demonic nature was actually so heavy. However, Li Qingshan was not lying. The abbot could not help but admit this. He sat up straight and brought his palms together. Amitabha, I've wronged you. Though, with how you're behaving, how far are you from becoming demonic? Since ancient times, there had been countless cultivators who had fallen into the demonic path. In particular, at the border of the demon domain, even those with the strongest willpower would constantly be corrupted. I'd advise you to leave Black Cloud City and return to the Myriad sect. Li Qingshan frowned. Ignoring whether Li Liahua and Chao Tianjia would let him go so easily, he did not really want to go back right now either. He had only been here for a few days, yet the benefits he had received were practically innumerable. The corpses of several 100,000 demon folk, armors and weapons, tremendous amounts of contribution, and he had even gotten his revenge on Li Liahua viciously. If he remained in the Myriad sect, he would never be able to obtain something so good. As a result, he smiled, but in the abbot's eyes, his smile seemed even more vicious and vicious. Master, it's not my fault. Then whose fault is it? The abbot countered with a question. Please take a look, master. Li Qingshan turned around and took off his clothes, revealing the lifelike image of the great freedom demon. It was deeply imprinted on his sturdy back as if he was born with it. This is... Abbot Yangon was shocked. He could clearly feel the divinity within it. This was not just a tattoo image, but an imprint that could actually communicate with the realm of freedom. I'm the first person to cultivate the unfettered heavenly tome. I don't have the experience of others as a reference, so I can only fumble around on my own. In order to speed up his cultivation. Therefore, he used the sacrificial method of the Holy Scripture School, but he did not expect the Mahasvara heavenly demon elephant to possess him. Although his cultivation has increased greatly, his mind is still unstable. Even if we cut off his flesh, it will be difficult to remove it. Li Qingshan's words were not false at all. Abbot Yangon was suddenly enlightened. I see. I see. In this way, the inexplicable hostility that Li Qingshan often revealed at that time was not strange. The master of the 3,000 worlds hated the Pure Land sect. The cultivators of the Pure Land sect were most likely to be disturbed by demons when they were going through tribulations. Demons of vexation, 5 demons emerged endlessly, and even the Son of Heaven demon came in person to prevent people from proving Arhat Buddhahood. The Pure Land sect was also the one who did the most to fight against the heretics. These two paths were fundamentally incompatible. The Mahasvara converted to Buddhism. What they respected was the power and wisdom of the revered one. They did not pursue extravagant pleasures as people thought. Instead, they attached great importance to asceticism and practiced hard on the Great Snow Mountain all year round. They were the protectors of all ascetics. The Pure Land sect advocated the Mahayana Buddhism that could deliver all living beings from suffering. They widely accepted believers, established a Buddhist country, and went to the Pure Land. Even the Zen sect, which pursued enlightenment, and the Tantric sect, which paid attention to the mysteries of secret methods, were deeply affected. Other cultivation methods were despised as the Hinayana Buddhism, and even the Mahasvara heavenly demon elephant. Heretics were always more abominable than heretics. Therefore, the Mahasvara was both a god and a demon. I have just arrived in Black Cloud City. It is impossible for me to return to the Myriad Manifestation sect. Otherwise, I would be a coward. But please rest assured, I will see you later. I will naturally take a step back. Li Qingshan did not want to owe this monk a favor, so he did not ask for it. But he had a feeling that as long as he showed this Manasvara heavenly demon elephant, Abbot Yangon would definitely take action. Because hatred was always mutual. Since the Mahasvara hated the Pure Land sect so much, then the Pure Land sect must also hate the Mahasvara heavenly demon elephant. The situation was as he expected. Abbot Yangon thought to himself, the Mahasvara heavenly book, the Myriad Manifestation sect is really going too far. If I let this kid go on like this, he will become a demon person and step into the outer path. The latter is even worse than the former. But it seems that he is not satisfied with the situation. I can try to guide him. Since the revered one can subdue the Mahasvara heavenly demon elephant, I can also subdue this mere demon elephant. So he said, I can try to erase this Mahasvara heavenly demon elephant for you. What do you think? He made up his mind. Even if Li Qingshan opposed it, he had to do it. Li Qingshan was delighted. He knew that in front of this monk, any deception would be seen through, so he did not pretend. Then I will trouble you, master. Since both sides were willing, things were simple. Abbot Yangon ordered people to remove the table. Then he rang the bell and gathered all the monks in the temple. He told Li Qingshan to sit in the center of the hall while he sat behind Li Qingshan. Several hundred monks sat around him. Are you ready? Master, please do it. The sound of chanting rose and fell, accompanied by the sound of the golden bowl, wooden fish, and other magical artifacts. The buzzing sound echoed in the hall of great strength. Namo Amit Ba, Namo Amit Ba, Namo Amit Ba. It almost made Li Qingshan's head explode. His back felt like it was burning. The Mahasvara heavenly demon elephant glared at him as if it was about to come alive. It really is effective. Abbot Yangon brought his palms together. His eyelids were half closed, and he was dignified and solemn. A golden halo rose up behind his head, making him seem solemn and dignified. He seemed slightly similar to the great Buddha. Namo, A, Me, Tua, Buddha, Om, Ma, and I, Pad, Me, Hum. He spat out 12 words slowly. Every single word contained great power, like a lion's roar. The hall of great strength trembled slightly. As he spat out the last word, he slammed his palm towards Li Qingshan's back. Bang! Li Qingshan felt a sweetness in his throat and almost vomited blood. His organs felt like they were being torn apart. He thought to himself, this bald donkey is really ruthless. Is he trying to kill me? Abbot Yangon only had eyes for the Mahasvara heavenly demon elephant. If he couldn't destroy it, then he would have to destroy Li Qingshan, who was walking on the path of Mahasvara. Although he was a disciple of the Wanxiang sect and couldn't be killed directly, he could injure him severely and stop his cultivation from advancing. At the very least, he could stop the Mahasvara heavenly scripture from spreading in the Wanxiang sect. The great Tao cannot coexist. Don't blame me. Li Qingshan clenched his teeth and withstood the attack. His body was so strong that even Abbot Yangon was shocked. He quickly calmed down and activated all of his strength. His body shone brightly like a sun falling into the hall of great strength. The great Buddha was shining brightly in the light, his palm pressed into Li Qingshan's back inch by inch, pressing on the Mahasvara heavenly demon elephant's chest. The world is like a house of fire, all living beings are suffering. The pure land of bliss, deliver all living beings from suffering. Amidst the incomparably devout chanting, the monks could vaguely see a translucent great Buddha walking down from the throne. The great Buddha's foot passed Abbot Yangon and stepped onto Li Qingshan's back. Li Qingshan felt an explosion in his head, as if it was going to explode. His sea of consciousness was in chaos. Only the great Buddha was standing there, looking down at him with a mysterious expression and a smile that wasn't a smile. The Mahasvara heavenly scripture began to circulate uncontrollably. Li Qingshan resisted with all of his strength almost instinctively. The Mahasvara heavenly demon elephant really started to move. It waved its arms angrily and wanted to fight. However, this power was so vast and this will was so firm. It was the only one in the world, and it couldn't be shaken. He couldn't even move a finger. The only thing he could do was to worship and convert to the Buddha. He couldn't help but feel a trace of regret. He couldn't have gone too far this time, right? In the eyes of Abbot Yangon, the Mahasvara heavenly demon elephant gradually became blurry and distorted. The corners of his lips curled up into a smile. Suddenly, a wolf filled with great destruction descended from the sky and penetrated the top of Li Qingshan's head. The Mahasvara heavenly demon elephant behind him opened its third eye on its forehead and shot out a wisp of black divine flame. It hit the space between Abbot Yangon's eyebrows. Ah! Abbot Yangon cried out in pain and fell on his back. Li Qingshan also fell down. The Mahasvara heavenly demon elephant behind him disappeared. It was as if all of its power was shot out along with the black divine flame. In its place was a golden Buddha. Chapter 1465. After an unknown period of time, Li Qingshan's fingers twitched. Every inch of his body felt like it was torn into pieces and pieced back together. Then, he was soaked in lava. Every slight movement was 10 times or even 100 times more painful. However, compared to the damage to his consciousness, this was nothing. A Buddha stood in his consciousness, stepping on the demon that was on the verge of destruction. He had never liked Mahasvara so much because the statue of Mahasvara usually didn't affect him. However, this great Buddha always wanted him to worship and kneel down to beg for mercy. He didn't dare to relax, otherwise, he would convert to Buddhism. It would be an irreversible and terrifying influence. Even nirvana rebirth would be useless. He staggered up from the ground and glanced at Yangon. He saw that his face was filled with pain and his eyes were closed. There was a small hole between his eyebrows and a wisp of black smoke rose from the hole. Even though Mahasvara couldn't fight against Buddha, it didn't mean that any monk could destroy his statue. Fuck his ancestors, this bald donkey has bad intentions towards me. As expected, he's not bald or poisonous. Not bald or poisonous. No, I have to leave this place quickly. Li Qingshan endured the crazy pain and climbed up from the ground. He staggered out of the hall. Abbot! Abbot! There were cries of shock in the hall of great strength. The monks all gathered around. A monk with half of his shoulder exposed blocked Li Qingshan's path. You are not allowed to leave. He had passed 4 heavenly tribulations and obtained the Sutua river fruit. He was the protector monk of the Pure Land Temple. The other guardian monks returned to their senses as well. They wielded sticks, and blades, surrounding Li Qingshan in the Grand Hall. If it was on a normal day, Li Qingshan could kill them all with one hand. But now, any novice monk could defeat him with a light punch. There was a saying that a tiger would be bullied by a dog when it fell. Now, it had actually become a prophecy. Li Qingshan was furious. His eyes were about to pop out. Who dares to block me? His voice was low and hoarse, and his eyes were red like blood. The monks trembled and retreated. Those who were timid fell to the ground on their buttocks and scrambled to escape. Especially the leading protector monk. His eyes became absent-minded, as if he was not in the hall of great strength, but in the dark and gloomy mountain forest, facing a fierce tiger that had gone mad because of injury as a mortal. A sense of terror gripped him in an instant. When he came back to his senses, he had already made way for them. The others didn't dare to stop him. They watched as Li Qingshan walked out of the door step by step. His back was hunched, and his footsteps were light. Every step seemed to exhaust all his strength, but no one dared to attack him. The Buddha was still sitting on his throne. His expression was unfathomable as he watched Li Qingshan leave with a faint smile on his face. Li Qingshan finally stepped out of the gate of the Pure Land Temple. The heavy snowflakes fluttered in front of him, dyed red by the blood in his eyes. The world was hazy and chaotic. His mind relaxed, and with a bang, snowflakes flew everywhere as he fell heavily to the ground. Little N, in the gray stone pagoda, Little N was sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed, cultivating. Suddenly, she felt uneasy and opened her eyes. Qishan is in danger. She hurried to the pagoda and opened the door. Li Qingshan was lying outside the door, covered in mud. A long trail was left on the snow. Qingshan, she cried out in surprise. She held him in her arms and brought him to the top of the pagoda. Li Qingshan spat out 2 words with an extremely weak yet extremely determined voice: "Slay the Buddha." Little Anne's heart skipped a beat. She had already seen the golden Buddha statue behind him. She waved her hand and pulled out the Buddha slaying sword. After a moment of hesitation, she held the sword hilt with both hands and stabbed it down. The Buddha statue radiated golden light, but it cracked under the white sword. The sword pierced the chest of the Buddha statue. It also pierced deeply into Li Qingshan's back. There was a loud bang in Li Qingshan's sea of consciousness. The Buddha statue collapsed, and his sea of consciousness shattered. The moment the Buddha statue disappeared, blood flowed all over his body. His bones turned into powder, and his internal organs turned into mush. Little and hurriedly threw away the Buddha slaying sword. She wanted to hold Li Qingshan, but Li Qingshan collapsed between her arms. His aura disappeared completely. Her whole body froze. She was dumbfounded, and her heart sank. After an unknown amount of time, she heard a weak phoenix cry. Her flesh and bones turned into flames. They were also very weak. It took a lot of effort for them to gather together and form a human. Nirvana rebirth. In the endless darkness, Li Qingshan felt his cheeks moisten. He slowly opened his eyes. Shan looked at him with tears in his eyes, and his eyeballs kept falling down. Li Qingshan was stunned for a moment. Little Anne threw herself at him and hugged him tightly. He couldn't help laughing. He patted her head and said, "Don't worry, I'm fine." His nose was also a little sore. This time, he really took a trip to the gates of hell. He didn't expect that the one who almost killed him wasn't Li Liahua or Chao Tianjiao, but a monk with whom he had no grudges. But he guessed that the bald donkey didn't have it easy either. This was equivalent to 2 mighty gods and Buddhas passing through their bodies, and they were both punished for destroying their statues. At least he still had the Nirvana rebirth. That bald donkey probably wasn't so lucky. This is really embarrassing. Now that he thought about it, he still felt a lingering fear. But fortunately, he had finally wiped away the messy statues behind him. He also felt very relaxed. At this time, exhaustion washed over him like a tide. He yawned and murmured, "I want to sleep." Little Anne carried him horizontally and placed him on the soft big bed. She still held him in her arms. This girl, Li Qingshan thought, and fell into a deep sleep. What happened in the Pure Land Temple quickly spread throughout the whole Black Cloud City. In particular, the news that Abbot Rangoon had a hole in his head and was still in a coma had shaken the entire Black Cloud City. In the fiery hall, Li Liahua was seriously listening to a monk's account of what happened in the Pure Land Temple. The monk cried, "The abbot suspects that Li Qingshan is a spy from the demon area. That's why he was plotted against. Senior brother, please help us arrest Li Qingshan immediately." Li Liahua was silent. A spy from the demon area? How could there be such an arrogant spy in the world? And even he definitely would not be the abbot's opponent in the Pure Land Temple. How could Li Qingshan possess something like that? Moreover, he had his back towards the abbot, forcefully receiving the palm strike without putting up any resistance. There must be something wrong with this. In any case, Li Qingshan was a disciple of the Wanxiang sect. Outsiders couldn't interfere. Got it. You go back to the temple first. I will investigate as soon as possible. Hu Jigang scolded. This kid is really a disaster. Li Liehua frowned. Don't talk nonsense. First senior brother, I'm not talking nonsense. There's definitely something wrong with this kid. All the generals agreed. At the same time, in the Black Tortoise Hall, Chao Trenjia listened to another monk's account. The same thought flashed through her mind. This kid has only been in Black Cloud City for a few days. First, he went to the demon area. The demon folk stationed at Cold Blood Pass were all killed. When he returned to the Fiery Hall to report, almost all the generals of the Fiery Legion were wounded. Commander Li Liehua was greatly humiliated. After another trip to the Pure Land Temple, Abbot Yangon immediately collapsed. This is too strange. Now he has entered the Black Tortoise Army. Hiss, it won't be my turn next, will it? Chao Tianjiao, who had never been afraid of anything, also felt a chill in her heart. She suddenly felt a little regretful. To be continued. Chapter 1466. Li Qingshan slept for 8 days and 7 nights in a single breath before waking up. He still felt powerless all over, and his mind was sluggish too. It had really been a long time since he had been so heavily injured. Or in other words, he had never been so terrifyingly injured before. In the past, even if he was crushed to pieces, he could recover with a single nerva. But this time, he almost died without even using the Phoenix's nerva. He failed to recover even after a long slumber. He gained an even deeper understanding of the existence of gods and Buddhas and how dangerous they were. If he were a regular person, he would definitely want to keep a respectful distance right now. Instead, he felt an urge. Just a glimpse was so stimulating. If he stood before them in person, who knew what it would be like? That day would not be too far away. He would have to come into close contact with demon god Qiangqi very soon. Time waited for no man. He had to make preparations to reach the depths of the demon domain and arrive before Qingqi Mountain. But right now, he had to go to the Black Tortoise Hall first and see his first senior sister, Chao Tianjiao. Because the abbot had still not woken up, it had already caused a great uproar in Black Cloud City. If it were not for the strict military law of the army, the warrior monks of the Pure Land Temple might have demolished the gray stone tower already. Serves you right. Li Qingshan felt no sympathy for him at all. If it were not for Little, and he would either be completely dead right now, or he would be living a life worse than death. Little and nodded in agreement. Li Qingshan pinched her cheek with a smile. It's all thanks to you. It's all thanks to the Buddha slaying sword. Little and avoided his hand and drew the Buddha slaying sword. After slaying the large Buddha statue, the edge of the sword became even more lustrous, but it gave Li Qingshan an extraordinarily sharp feeling. Little and had benefited tremendously from her trip to Black Cloud City this time. Not only did she obtain the flesh and blood of several 100,000 demon folk corpses as food, but the Buddha statue had also strengthened the Buddha slaying sword a step further. Moreover, her comprehension of the path of white bone and great beauty deepened during this process. She vaguely felt like she was about to break through a bottleneck. Li Qingshan passed the Sumeru ring that contained the demon folk corpses to her and smiled. I'm going out for a stroll. You stay here and cultivate properly. According to the recent situation, the slaughter in the future will be even more intense. I can't live without you. Little and nodded solemnly, as if he was accepting an important mission. Li Qingshan smiled and lowered his head. He was just about to kiss her on the forehead when he suddenly stopped. He was ready to leave. She suddenly raised her head, her ethereal eyes staring at Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan was stunned for a moment. He suddenly realized that she had really grown up a lot. Her skin was still as tender as water, white and rosy. There was a red mole between her eyebrows, giving her a dignified beauty. It wasn't like a fairy descending to the mortal world, but the exact opposite. It was a kind of otherworldly flying posture. Of all the beauties in the world, none could compare to her. The so-called outstanding beauty was nothing more than this. Li Qingshan lowered his head and gently kissed her lips. He smiled and said, satisfied. Xiaoan touched her lips and seemed to be in thought. This little girl really knows how to make trouble. Li Qingshan laughed as he walked down the tower. Little and bit her lips and said angrily, what? Li Qingshan arrived at Black Tortoise Hall. It was empty except for Chao Tianjiao. She was standing on a floating balcony with her back facing him, as if she was looking at the demonic domain. Even when Li Qingshan cupped his hands and said, Senior sister, I'm here, she acted as if she didn't hear him. Li Qingshan thought, this woman is trying to show off again. He didn't say anything and began to admire her back. He had to say, her figure was excellent. Standing straight in the wind and snow, even from the back, she looked heroic. Her legs were slender and straight. Her waist was flexible and strong, her buttocks, look at that, but as expected of the eldest senior sister. Li Qingshan licked his lips. He stared at her. Crack! The stone railing in Chao Tianjiao's hand cracked. If you take another look, I'll dig out your eyeballs. Li Qingshan knew that she wasn't just talking. He even guessed that she had done so. Considering that he was currently in a weak state, he retracted his gaze and said with a smile, why are you looking for me, senior sister? Chao Tianjiao looked back and said, do you know? If Yangon doesn't wake up, what will happen to you? He will wake up. Li Qingshan wasn't worried at all. As one of the people involved, he believed that Abbot Yangon wouldn't die. After all, he was a two-fruit arhat who had undergone 5 heavenly tribulations, and he was in his own territory. Most importantly, as one of Buddha's most loyal brothers, Li Qingshan pointed up. Buddha is protecting him. That's not wrong. Chao Tianjiao came back to her senses and looked Li Qingshan up and down with great interest. Then, who is protecting you? Now that Abbot Yangon was still unconscious, he acted as if nothing had happened. Li Qingshan said proudly, I have always protected myself. Chao Tianjiao said sarcastically, I heard that you crawled back. Although the snowstorm that day was fierce, there were still people who saw this scene. Under the propaganda of the generals of the Fierce Flame Regiment, it quickly became a laughingstock in the army. Li Qingshan smiled. There are times when I can't protect myself. Chao Tianjiao was surprised. She had always seen him as a fanatic. This kind of thing would be regarded as a great shame by an ordinary soldier. She didn't expect him to admit it so readily. Instead, she felt a trace of admiration. If he wasn't ambitious and determined, he wouldn't be so broad-minded. As far as she knew, Li Liahua didn't laugh when he heard about this. Instead, his expression was grave. It's a pity that he joined too late. Otherwise, he might really be able to compete with us for the position of eldest senior brother. Of course, she wouldn't say these words. She said solemnly, tell me in detail what happened that day at Cold Blood Pass. This strange situation made her feel uneasy. Internal conflicts and grudges were small matters. The war against the demon region was the bigger picture. In the years of war, demon emperors often fell. There were also many human emperors who fell. They wouldn't be merciful just because you were a direct disciple or eldest senior sister. They would only be more sinister and cruel. All right. Li Qingshan nodded. He understood the gravity of the situation. His greatest enemy was demon god Qiongqi, not Chao Tianjiao or Li Liahua. Even if he retaliated against Li Liahua, it would just be along the way. He wouldn't waste time to set up any traps. Blindly getting entangled in these grudges and gratitude was the path to death. She frowned and thought for a moment. Then, she said, the situation is complicated. It's too hard to describe. I'm new here. I don't know what you want to know. If you trust me, I'll let you see it with your own eyes. Chao Tianjiao crossed her arms. Is it the Great Freedom Heavenly Demons technique? Li Qingshan smiled. Not really. It's just a demon. Come. Chao Tianjiao let go of her mind. Li Qingshan closed his eyes. His Yin spirit came out of his body and pounced on Chao Tianjiao. In an instant, the scenery before Chao Tianjiao's eyes changed. Standing at the bottom of the Cold Blood Pass, the wind howled and the snow swirled. Even the smell of blood in the air was clear. He couldn't help but praise, what a good move. To be able to pull her into the illusion so quickly was because she let go of her mind. It was quite impressive. Li Qingshan stood beside her. However, he was in a translucent state. It was as if he would disappear at any moment. After being suppressed by the great Buddha, his own spirit was greatly damaged. He hadn't fully recovered yet. Without the great freedom heavenly demon statue, the hallucination escape technique and other spells were greatly affected. They were much weaker. However, the Book of Freedom had entered a whole new realm. The Een spirit became closer to the Een spirit. He didn't have to worry about losing control anymore. He was much more free now. Back then, he had no choice but to worship the great freedom heavenly demon. Praying to the gods and Buddha was an evil path. Now, he was on the right path. Let's go in and take a look. At the same time, the abbot Yangon was walking slowly. The weather was mild. A warm breeze caressed his face. Buddha's aura filled the air. The land was flat and boundless. There were no mountains or deep chasms. His body was burning with black flames that could destroy everything. However, there was no pain or fear on his face. Instead, he had a calm smile. He looked like a wanderer who had returned home. His eyes were filled with infatuation and devotion. Suddenly, a deluge of heavenly flowers fell from the sky, sprinkling down on his body. The flames were immediately suppressed and quickly extinguished. He knelt down and put his palms together. He was excited. Is the revered one summoning me into the pure land of bliss? Then, he woke up. Even the hole on his forehead was healed. There was a trace of understanding in his heart. His mission had not been completed, and he should continue. Li Qingshan. Chapter 1467. Li Qingshan's heart trembled inexplicably. The illusion collapsed, and his Een spirit escaped. It was faintly discernible and extremely weak. He quickly returned to his physical body. Chao Tianjiao's eyes were in a trance for a moment, then she returned to Xuanwu Hall. She glanced at his face and smiled. You're seriously injured. Li Qingshan smiled dryly. Thank you for your concern, senior sister. I'm a little worried about whether you can accept my gift in the upcoming army competition. Chao Tianjiao looked like she would let him go if he begged her. Li Qingshan said indifferently, I want to fight 10. Heh, you're really stubborn. Don't blame me if you lose face. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving. Li Qingshan was indeed stubborn. In his current weak state, he wouldn't recover without a month, but he would never wag his tail and beg Chao Tianjiao. Chao Tianjiao waved her hand. Li Qingshan turned around and left. When he was about to walk out of the door, he suddenly heard her say, You should be prepared to face a mad demon overlord. This is the opening ceremony of the army competition. You can only win and not lose, otherwise I won't spare you. Li Qingshan looked back at her and nodded slightly, thank you. The so-called mad demon overlord was probably a demonic beast. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you'll never be defeated. As long as you know what the opponent is, you can make a lot of arrangements in advance. In fact, he already had some ideas now. After Li Qingshan left, Chao Tianjiao shook her head. Damned brat. You're still so cocky even when you're injured. I've been merciful this time, seeing as you've allowed me to pass the cold lead pass. Thinking of this, her expression was a little dignified. The situation in Lungxue Pass was indeed very strange. It was not as simple as Tu Wanqing turning into a demonic beast, but a prepared and purposeful massacre. Moreover, demon overlords and demon kings were cleared in advance. But what was the purpose of all this? Chao Tianjiao looked up at the sky, only to see black clouds and heavy snow. Li Qingshan left the Black Tortoise Hall, but did not return directly to the Greystone Tower. Little and was probably concentrating on cultivating, but in his current state, he was unable to cultivate, so he simply strolled around the city. This leisurely posture and leisurely expression, in the midst of the ferocious-looking soldiers on the street who were in a hurry. It was rather eye-catching. There were actually quite a few people who recognized him, but all of their expressions were unfriendly, and none of them came forward to greet him. If it wasn't for Li Qingshan's identity and strength, there might have been a lot of people who came up to provoke him. Not only had Li Qingshan offended Li Liahua, he had also humiliated the entire Raging Inferno army. The grudge with Chao Tianjiao. He had offended the Xuanwu army again. In fact, if that was all, it would not have been enough to make the ordinary soldiers so hostile towards him. On the contrary, he might have gained quite a bit of respect. After all, the strong were worshipped in the army, but recently, he had caused the abbot Yangon to fall into a coma. He had completely become a great sinner in the eyes of the entire army. Not only was the abbot responsible for purifying the demonic land and recording the contributions, but he also had to remove the demonic chi from the soldiers who fought in the demon domain. Otherwise, it would be very easy for them to suffer from chi deviation or even become demon folk. He upheld the Pure Land sect's philosophy of equality for all. He was easygoing and amiable, so he was extremely popular in Black Cloud City. Who knew how many people had been helped by him, especially by the soldiers at the bottom level. As a result, Li Qingshan was now notorious. As a disciple, he was a general as soon as he joined the army, so he now had a nickname, General Crawling on the Ground. Li Qingshan's hearing was just too good. He could always hear countless mutterings, none of which were good. Even though he was broad-minded, he still hated them to the core. Suddenly, he heard shouts and fighting sounds, as well as cheers and curses, which immediately dispersed the mutterings. He was curious. After turning around a tower, he arrived at a drill ground. There was a dense crowd of 2,000 or 3,000 people who were cheering and cursing around a ring in the middle of the drill ground. 2 soldiers were fighting fiercely on the ring. One was wearing light armor and holding a spear. The other was wearing heavy armor and holding a sword and shield. Although they were all low-level soldiers who had not even undergone the first heavenly tribulation, they were all full of fighting spirit and murderous intent. Every time they fought, it would cause a great commotion. What's going on? Li Qingshan grabbed a young soldier who was watching the show at the outermost edge. The young soldier stared straight at the ring and said without looking back, "Are you new here? You don't even know this. This is the competition of the whole army." Li Qingshan said in surprise, "The competition of the whole army has already begun. Isn't it going to take half a month?" "Sigh, you really don't know anything. The competition of the whole army will begin as soon as winter comes." Li Qingshan rubbed his chin. He guessed that this was probably the preliminaries, and the final half a month later would be the competition. His guess was correct. Once winter came, the wind and snow would be fierce, and the cold would be harsh. The army was unable to advance. Apart from small-scale investigations and assassinations, they were basically in a state of truce. An army of 1,000,000 holed up in the barracks of Black Cloud City, and they were all hot-blooded, combative men. If they were not given something to do, they would definitely cause trouble. As a result, the competition of the whole army would be held as soon as winter came. In order to inspire the soldiers' passion, not only would they be given great rewards, but their status in the army would also be directly determined. Even the lowest-level soldiers could make an appearance in the competition that Li Qingshan would be participating in if they could place highly. Not only was this an honor, but if they caught the attention of a certain general, they could immediately be promoted or chosen as a personal guard. They could even obtain a cultivation method and formally set foot on the path of cultivation. Many lucky people like that would be born every year. And because the winter here was particularly long, basically half of the time was spent fighting demon folk, while the other half was spent on the competition of the whole army. These were the 2 most important paths of promotion in the army. Although the latter often resulted in deaths, it was much safer than fighting demon folk, so the entire army was obviously fired up with enthusiasm. Even those who had failed could happily gamble a few rounds if they believed in their own judgment and luck. The hurried and vicious soldiers along the way were either going to watch the competition or to participate in it. At this moment, cheers surged up like a wave, reaching for the clouds. In the ring, the soldier with the spear seized an opening and stabbed his spear into the gap in his opponent's armor. The young soldier's face was bright red from excitement. He could win quite a lot of this round. Li Qingshan smiled instead. He's lost. Before he had even finished speaking, the soldier with the blade and shield tossed aside his padao decisively and grabbed his spear. Ignoring his injuries, he suddenly charged forward with his shield. With a bang, he knocked his opponent off the ring. The cheers immediately died down, replaced by another cheer in the blink of an eye, like the waves behind surpassing those before. The young soldier stamped his feet and cursed. Only then did he turn around. He was taken aback. "Sigh, why do I find you so familiar?" You're Krull." "Krull what?" The corner of Li Qingshan's eye twitched. The young soldier corrected himself in a hurry. General." No matter how notorious Li Qingshan's reputation was, he could not be humiliated by a low-ranking soldier. However, the young soldier only seemed to omit the word ground. Li Qingshan was furious. "My low profile isn't something you can brag about." He knocked the young soldier unconscious with a knife hand strike and tossed him out of the arena. He conveniently took the metal helmet from him and put it on his head before making his way to the center of the field. "Son of a bitch, what are you squeezing for? Those at the back, get back." He squeezed through the crowd amidst a series of curses and arrived below the ring. The soldier with the blade and shield had also left the ring to tend to his wounds. The ring happened to be empty, so he leapt onto it. Under everyone's gaze, he raised his arms and called out, "Long live Li Qingshan!" To be continued. Chapter 1468. This shout overshadowed all the noise on the drill ground, and it was filled with pride. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Now, opposing the crawling general, Li Qingshan had already become a military consensus. Where did this lowly soldier come from? How dare he go against the world's condemnation? Li Qingshan wore an iron helmet that covered half of his face. That was the standard equipment of the lowest-ranking soldiers. Moreover, who would have thought that a dignified general would pretend to be a lowly soldier and personally go on stage to wave the flag and shout for him? This place was not far from Xuanwu Hall, so Chao Trenjie heard it clearly. She came to the window and recognized Li Qingshan at a glance. She held her forehead and sighed. This kid is too outrageous. Just now, she thought that he was broad-minded and extraordinary, but now he personally went on stage to challenge her. It was really narrow-minded. But inexplicably, she felt that this was his style. The corner of her mouth raised into a smile, and she continued to watch with great interest. Immediately, a burst of angry curses erupted from below the arena. "Get down! Get down!" Li Qingshan arrogantly glanced around, gave a thumbs up, and gestured downwards. "Trash!" This angered all the soldiers. Some picked up stones and threw them at him, while those who did not throw them only did so because they could not find stones under their feet. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. For a moment, the sky was filled with flying stones towards the arena. Li Qingshan dodged here and there, looking very slow, but he managed to avoid all the flying stones. This was after all the drill ground. Soon, the soldiers could not find any more stones to throw, and the arena was covered with gravel. Li Qingshan picked up a pile and shouted, "Return them to you." Even though he did not use much strength, the people below the arena were squeezed together, and it was impossible to dodge. For a moment, there were cries of pain. "Be careful. Get out of my way." "Ouch! My head." "Motherfucker, who stepped on my foot?" There were thousands of people below the arena, but only a few were actually hit. However, in order to dodge, they squeezed each other, causing even more chaos. It was a complete mess. "I haven't even exerted any strength and you've already fallen." Li Qingshan stood on the stage and laughed loudly. Everyone glared at him and cursed him loudly. The soldiers below the stage were itching to come up and beat him up, but they all looked at the tower on the side of the drill ground. The officer in charge of supervising the tournament stood up. Pointing at Li Qingshan, he said harshly, "Which brigade and which team are you from? What's your name? How dare you disturb the drill grounds? Do you know that you have committed a capital offense?" In Black Cloud City, below the two corps commanders were the generals, and all of them were disciples of the Myriad Manifestation sect. He commanded all the battalions. Then, there were the commandants who commanded the various regiments. They were all disciples who had passed the imperial examination, and they were considered the upper echelons of the army. They formed the core of the army. Below that were the ranks of the commander-in-chief of the brigade. The commandant was the head of the middle-level generals and was infinitely close to the upper echelons. Only golden core cultivators who had gone through the second heavenly tribulation could assume this position. Therefore, from the generals to the colonels, they were collectively referred to as lieutenant colonel. His status was noble. This commandant was no exception. He was a golden core cultivator, and in the myriad manifestation sect, he was only a study companion. He couldn't be considered an official disciple. But in the army, he was a ruthless character whose words carried enormous weight. Normally, with a glare from his eyes, even the most ferocious soldiers would be frightened and obediently bow their heads. With him here, no matter how angry the soldiers were, they wouldn't dare to recklessly rush into the arena. However, Li Qingshan didn't care about this. He straightened his back and held his head high. He asked in return, which brigade and which team are you from? What's your name? How do you speak to me like this? Do you know that you have committed a capital offense? Once again, he successfully used the great taunt technique. The effect was outstanding. The commandant flew into a rage. Take him down. A burly soldier immediately rushed into the arena. He was wearing armor and holding a weapon. It was obvious that he was here to compete. To be able to come this far, he could already be considered a fierce soldier in the army. I am Zhang, get down. Li Qingshan kicked him off the arena. Another wave of curses came from below the arena. Despicable person, sneak attack, and so on. All of you scum, listen up. Li Qingshan cupped his fists and made a gesture of infinite worship. General Li Qingshan is mighty and domineering, benevolent and righteous, handsome and confident, and uses virtue to win people over. He praised himself as unparalleled in the heavens and unparalleled on the earth, with no blind spots in all 360 degrees. Qiao Tenjiao frowned and gritted her teeth as she listened. Finally, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. The soldiers were all furious. They originally thought that Li Qingshan wasn't that bad, but now they were convinced. Li Qingshan finished praising himself and waved his fist. If anyone isn't convinced, come out. I'll beat them until they are convinced. The commandant's veins popped on his forehead. He couldn't take it anymore. Damn it, beat him to death. With this order, everyone responded. The crowd was enraged and surged towards Li Qingshan like a black tide. Haha, good. Li Qingshan punched and kicked. If one came, he would beat one. If two came, he would beat a pair. When the soldiers got within 5 steps of him, they were all sent flying. They flew over everyone's heads and fell back into the crowd. Even though Li Qingshan was in a weakened state, he wasn't someone these soldiers could touch. In his eyes, they were just going to stand up and let him hit them one by one. At first, he was still thinking about his moves, how he should punch, where he should kick, but in the end, he just swung his fists randomly. Relying on his innate divine ability, the strength of the earth, he purposely held back his strength. He was here to vent his anger, not to kill, so he didn't have to worry about exhausting his strength. That commandant gradually felt that something was wrong. This soldier was too strong. In just a short while, he had already sent hundreds of people flying, but he was still full of energy and didn't show any signs of weakness. Furthermore, none of the people he sent flying were killed or seriously injured. Some could even get up and rush back to the arena. He was obviously being merciful. Even if he was a golden core cultivator, he definitely wouldn't be able to withstand the attacks of so many soldiers with his bare hands. He couldn't fly or kill them. It was even more impossible for him to be so skillful. These soldiers weren't ordinary mountain bandits. They were all veterans who had been through hundreds of battles and were much stronger than ordinary chi practitioners. Moreover, they were organized and disciplined. They knew how to cooperate with each other and advance and retreat together. Many of them were already using weapons, but they weren't in military formations. Otherwise, even if a golden core cultivator was trapped in a formation, he would be cut into pieces and wouldn't be able to escape. A brigade commander whispered, "Commandant, he can't be Li. Sure, go and report to the Legion commander." The commandant's heart was pounding. If it really was that guy, then he wasn't someone a mere commandant like him could deal with. If he beat him up along the way, there would be no way to reason with him. Who should I report to? Both of you. There were many people on the drill ground who understood. The soldiers might be weak, but they weren't stupid. Very soon, many people guessed Li Qingshan's identity. The commotion here was too great and had long since alarmed the entire city. Everyone rushed to spread the news. The general crawling on the ground is beating someone up. Chapter 1469. Bad news travels 1,000 miles while good news never goes out. Everyone in Black Cloud City knew about the crawling general. He was basically the most powerful person below the human emperor. At this time, the 108 drill grounds inside and outside of Black Cloud City were all holding martial arts competitions. The soldiers' movements were basically unrestricted. With the hundreds of camps and the roaring thunder formation, they were not afraid of sneak attacks from the demon domain at all. If the demon emperor dared to leave the army and come alone, even 10 of them would die here, let alone one. So when the news spread, everyone felt they had to watch it. Last time, hundreds of thousands of demon people's corpses piled up on the drill ground, and the crawling general made a bet with Li Liehua. Many people already regretted not watching it. In particular, in the drill grounds closest to the drill ground, the people on the stage were still fighting, but the audience below had all run away. Looking at the edge of the drill ground, the captains and the brigade commanders had also disappeared. The two looked at each other and stopped fighting. "Brother, let's go and have a look too." Without the captain's judgment, it's useless to fight. "Okay, brother, please. Why don't you go first?" "Why should I go first?" The whistling sound became louder and louder. "Okay, let's go together." "Okay. 1, 2, 3. On the tower beside the drill ground, the supervising captain saw the situation was getting worse and worse. He was so anxious. After waiting for a long time, the brigade commander finally reported to him. He asked hurriedly, "What did the eldest senior brother say?" The eldest senior brother said, "Let him fight." "What about the eldest senior sister? What does she think?" "The eldest senior sister, she's leaning on the window to watch. And she seemed to be very happy." "What?" The captain was stunned for a moment before he understood. Looking in the direction of the Xuanwu Hall, he vaguely saw Chao Tianjiao. He hurriedly cupped his hands and bowed to her. Looking at the drill ground again, the arena was drowned by the sea of people. Li Qingshan stood among thousands of people like a towering wall. No matter how the waves hit him, he remained unmoved and defeated all the enemies with ease. Seeing people surging in from all directions, the shouts of "The crawling general is fighting" echoed in the streets and alleys. He was amused and annoyed at the same time. He took off his helmet and shouted, "The crawling general is here. Who dares to fight me?" The drill ground was silent, and the surging tide also stopped. The fists and weapons of the soldiers charging in front of him stopped in midair, looking at each other in dismay. Even if he was a crawling general, he was still a general, and his status was far from what ordinary soldiers could reach. Li Qingshan mocked, "What? You only dare to bully the foot soldiers, and now you're terrified after seeing the general." 10,000 people were enraged, glaring angrily and gnashing their teeth. Amidst the chaos, someone shouted, "Kill." A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. Tens of thousands of people shouted in unison, and the momentum was like a landslide. Kill. Courage was the soul of an army, and glory was the soul of an army. You can let them die, but you can't call them cowards. Just now, they did not dare to act rashly. He wasn't afraid of how strong Li Qingshan was, but he was worried about his identity as a general. Military law was strict. Their ranks were clear and could not be offended lightly. But at this stage, it was unbearable. The training they received was not to avoid danger, but to fight to the death without retreating. They used their flesh and blood to surround and kill the demon kings and demon monarchs, creating opportunities for their own generals. There were demon emperors who died at the hands of foot soldiers. Even though they paid the price of the human emperor's death, the entire army was almost wiped out. Not to mention that Li Qingshan was just a spirit cultivator. Even if he was a human emperor or a demon emperor, they would dare to fight. Li Qingshan felt the pressure increase, and his expression changed slightly. Such a tragic and decisive aura. Is this the war of the 6 paths of reincarnation? And this was because most of them did not have any armor or weapons. They did not have any generals to form battle formations, or flags or battle drums to gather the military aura. If they were to wear armor and hold weapons, form battle formations, and gather the military aura, how imposing would it be? He could not help but feel more respect for these ordinary soldiers. Moreover, on the real battlefield, where the 2 regions intersect, cultivators would be greatly affected. It was not strange for them to die at their hands. If I go to the battlefield in the future, I must not be careless. Once the army was formed, every ordinary soldier felt fearless, and their strength multiplied. They rushed towards Li Qingshan regardless of anything, advancing wave after wave, not afraid of death. And fresh troops from outside the drill ground were endless, and gradually entered within 5 steps of Li Qingshan. Originally, every battalion had its own organization, especially the Scorching Inferno Legion and the Xuanwu Legion, which were even more distinct and competitive. Now that they heard that their opponent was the crawling general Li Qingshan, and that his words were so infuriating, they actually broke the organization and joined forces. Qiao Tenjiao chuckled and said, "The unity of Black Cloud City depends on you. Lieutenant, how dare you?" Does this guy really think that there is no one in my army? The supervising lieutenant squatted in a corner of the drill ground, and the brigade marshals formed a circle to express their admiration. He was the one who shouted the first kill. In order to avoid being resented by Li Qingshan, they deliberately shifted their strategy to this place. He tried to guess the intentions of the 2 corps commanders, especially the eldest senior brother Li Liahua, because he was from the Scorching Inferno Legion. The corps commander must hate Li Qingshan to the core and must want to teach this guy a lesson. That way, it wouldn't count as ganging up on a general. He actually wants to fight against an army by himself. He really hasn't seen a battle before. It's a pity that we didn't prepare and couldn't form a battle formation. Otherwise, he would be in serious trouble. The supervising lieutenant hammered the ground and stood up. Fuck him. You guys go contact the sergeants, and captains and form a battle formation to face the enemy. If we don't teach him a lesson today, he won't know what military prestige is. I want him to walk in and crawl out again. Yes, sir. The brigade marshals received the order. In just a moment, the soldiers began to form the most basic battle formation. They were no longer in a mess. If one looked down from the sky, they could clearly see that the formation was formed one after another. 5 people in a group, 10 in a shank, and then 100 in a squad. It was as if the cells were forming muscles and bones until they became a giant war beast. Once the battle formation was formed, the military energy started to condense. The pressure Li Qingshan felt increased. Originally, there were many soldiers, but only a few could actually squeeze in front of him. No matter how angry and anxious the people at the back were, they could only watch. Now it was different. There were fewer people squeezing in front of him. They pulled apart and cooperated with each other. If that was all, it would be fine. But when the military energy gathered on them, they were no longer fighting alone. They would no longer be fighting alone, and the army would be with them. On the other hand, the air seemed to have thickened for Li Qingshan, and his movements were sluggish. Although he was still fighting one person at a time, the amount of energy needed to send one person flying had increased by more than 10 times. His fists were starting to become sluggish. Amidst the deafening battle cries, the army closed in on Li Qingshan. 4 steps, 3 steps, 2 steps, 1 step, suppress him. The soldiers pounced on him. Some hugged his legs, some grabbed his waist, and some grabbed his shoulders. In an instant, they formed a small mountain, pressing Li Qingshan under it. We won. The soldiers cheered. A burst of laughter came from inside the small mountain. Chapter 1470. His laughter was very carefree. Buried deep in the sea of people, Li Qingshan's fighting spirit was ignited. He felt his weakness disappear a little. Other people recover by resting, but I recover by fighting. Huh. With a loud shout, Li Qingshan waved his arms and collapsed. Ah! Hundreds of soldiers flew out, leaving only Li Qingshan in the arena. His black hair fluttered in the wind and snow. The smile on his face was wild and arrogant, like a child's mischievousness. His eyes shone brightly as he looked down the dueling ring in high spirits. If he was just venting his anger on a whim earlier, then now it was as if he was looking at an interesting toy. Bang, 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 bang. The soldiers fell to the ground. Everyone was shocked. They did not expect him to be so strong. Just now, the pressure on Li Qingshan was not only limited to these hundreds of people, but also the condensed military chi of the entire army. He easily broke through it, and the morale of the army was shaken. Someone shouted, "Everyone, don't panic. He is alone." Li Qingshan looked in the direction of the voice and immediately recognized that it was the supervisory colonel just now. They were indeed an elite army that had experienced hundreds of battles. The morale of the army quickly stabilized, and the military chi condensed again. In this small drill ground, there were already 20 to 30,000 people gathered. The surrounding barracks, streets, walls, and trees were all filled with people. There were close to 100,000 people, and they were all fresh troops. Very good. This way, I can play for a while longer. Li Qingshan licked his lips and smiled. Alone? With a shake of his body, black shadows appeared, and they all turned into Li Qingshan's image. They were his thought clones, and there were more than 100 of them. The clones either advanced or retreated, but they never left Li Qingshan's side. In the blink of an eye, they formed a battle formation. I know military formations and whatnot too. Li Qingshan had done a lot of homework before coming here. Military formations were one of them. This was not a secret. Although there were many variations in military formations, they could not be compared to the complexity of formations. The key was in the training of the soldiers and the coordination of the various departments. The better the training, the better the coordination. The more stable the army's morale was, the more condensed the army's morale would be. What could be more tacit than the cooperation between clones? After the formation of the army, even though it was only a formation of 100 people, it had the aura of a magnificent army with tens of thousands of men and horses, able to contend with an army of 10,000. Qiao Tenjiao raised her eyebrows slightly. Clone into formation. This move was not created by Li Qingshan. Any cultivator skilled in the art of cloning would consider how to organize weak clones to fight against powerful enemies. Clones forming a formation was the simplest and fastest choice. But in the end, these cultivators would find that while this move looked powerful, it had many limitations. First of all, the number of doppelgangers was limited. The scale of the army formation would also be limited, and it would take a lot of mental energy to maintain it. It might be better to cast some other spells. Secondly, it was not suitable for fights of magical powers. Although the military formation was powerful, it moved slowly and had a limited attack range. Unless it was a head-on collision, the enemy just needed to keep a distance and wait for the military formation to collapse on its own. Even using it for defense was like drinking poison to quench thirst. So this move was not very common, but it was very suitable for Li Qingshan at this moment. He ordered, "Charge." He finally had a taste of what it felt like to be a great general. As the commander-in-chief, he took the lead and the 100-man formation charged against the army of 10,000. In an instant, it was as if they were crushing dry weeds and rotten wood. Everywhere they passed, countless enemies screamed and flew into the air. Like a sharp plow plowing deep into the ground, the enemy's loose formation could not stop his charge. Most importantly, the enemy did not have a commander-in-chief. The strongest among them was only a lieutenant, and the difference in strength between them was not just a little bit. In other words, there was no one who could last one round. The general was the courage of the army. An army without a general was like a beast without claws and teeth. No matter how big their physique was, the power they could use was extremely limited. Before the commandant regained his senses, Li Qingshan had already charged in front of him and crushed him. He lay on the ground, breathing weakly, his body covered in footprints. Qiao Tenjiao watched as Li Qingshan ran amok on the drill ground. She sighed in her heart. If this was on the battlefield, this would be a one-sided massacre. Although it was because there was no commander-in-chief to hold the line and he did not have any armor or weapons, it was obvious that the lad did not fight seriously. Furthermore, he was still injured and weak. With his strong physique and that mysterious spirit, he could fight the enemy head-on and sneak an attack. If not for so many grudges, he would definitely be a strong ally. He would definitely be of great help in the future battles. As long as he does not fall along the way, how difficult would it be to become a direct disciple? Thinking about the 30-year bet, she laughed lightly. Lad, even I want to kill you in the cradle. Of course, this was just a joke. Regardless if it was her or Li Laihua, they would not have such a motive. Relying on oppressing the latecomers to maintain one's position was a form of extreme stupidity and weakness. It would only weaken one's willpower. They had absolute confidence in moving forward. Even if they wanted to kill Li Qingshan, it would only be for revenge or to vent their anger. It would not be because of such despicable thoughts. But we cannot let him continue like this. Otherwise, the morale of the army will be gone. Qiao Tenjia was about to make a move when she saw a monk rushing over from outside the drill ground. He said loudly, under the orders of Abbot Yangon, I invite General Li Qingshan to the Pure Land Temple. His voice was as loud as a bell. The soldiers were shocked and surprised. The abbot is awake? Li Qingshan's heart trembled. The experience at the Pure Land Temple not long ago had left him with lingering fear. Furthermore, the monk who came to invite him was the protector monk who wanted to block his path. He said, invite, but his face was filled with anger. That day, he was chased away by Li Qingshan with a single word. It was a great humiliation to him. If not for Abbot Yangon's orders, he would have come to settle the score with Li Qingshan and wash away his humiliation. Li Qingshan dispersed his doppelgangers and leaped up. He smiled and asked, so it's you. What did Abbot Yangon call me for? I don't know, the protector monk said coldly. In any case, it's nothing good. Li Qingshan shrugged his shoulders. What did you say? Say it again. The protector monk was furious. In any case, it's nothing good. I said it again. If you have the ability, come and hit me. The protector monk clenched his arms bull-sized fists. His muscles bulged and his veins popped. However, Abbot Yangon had instructed him not to make a move. He suppressed his anger and shouted, are you going or not? Of course, why not? Li Qingshan felt that his strength had recovered a little. As the saying goes, you can hide for the first time, but you can't hide forever. They were in the same city. Was he supposed to retreat? Anyway, the monk's injuries were definitely more serious than his. He reckoned that the monk would not be able to make a move on him for a while. Furthermore, he was prepared this time. He had a skull prayer bead in his bosom. Little and wanted him to take it. He would not let someone slap him for nothing. Leaving the injured soldiers lying on the drill ground, Li Qingshan calmly left under the gaze of 100,000 soldiers. He came to the front of the Pure Land Temple. To be continued. Chapter 1471. Li Qingshan heaved a sigh of relief and prepared himself for battle. He stepped into the Pure Land Temple. Bypassing the Mahavira Hall, the winding path led to a secluded place with deep flowers and trees. Abbot Yangon personally welcomed him outside the meditation room. Li Qingshan was shocked because Abbot Yangon looked even more spirited than him. His face was ruddy and his eyes were full of vigor. His white eyebrows had turned black and his white beard was gone. The wrinkles on his face had reduced by a lot. He was like a withered tree that had come back to life. He had clearly suffered such a serious injury, but this Pure Land sect was too awesome. Could Buddha be his father? Abbot Yangon smiled and said, fellow Taoist, don't slander the Buddha. Li Qingshan's heart trembled, and the joy he felt from battling the army vanished without a trace. He was not an opponent for Abbot Rangoon in the state. Not only had his appearance become younger, but his spirit had also risen to a whole new level. His eyes could practically see through a person's heart. He put his palms together and bowed. He looked up and said, Abbot, why did you call me here? Abbot Yangon looked at him and sighed, you really haven't changed. Li Qingshan heard this and anger rose in his heart. This bald donkey caused me so much trouble, and he still dares to say such words. Fellow Taoist, don't be angry. This is the only way to eliminate the great freedom heavenly demon elephant. Of course, this is also my intention to hide it. Amitabha, I have sinned. Please forgive me. Abbot Yangon put his palms together and bowed to apologize. Li Qingshan dodged and didn't accept the bow. What was wrong with this monk? Could it be that he was plotting something again? I was opportunistic and worshipped the Buddha. I can't blame anyone else. Master helped me and harmed me. Our grudges are settled now. Abbot Yangon smiled and said, "Do you think I want to harm you again?" Li Qingshan didn't stand on ceremony. It's nothing good anyway. Abbot Yangon suddenly became serious. I asked you to come because I want to ask you something. Are you willing to convert to Buddhism? How sudden! Li Qingshan took a step back and called out, I knew it wouldn't be anything good. He would be better off dead than converting to some bullshit god or Buddha. Abbot Yangon's eyes shone. You haven't answered me yet. Thank you. If you don't want to, can I go now? I'm warning you. Don't stop me from leaving. I'm a disciple of the Myriad Appearance sect. Haha, of course not. Converting to Buddhism is something that you and I are willing to do. How can you force yourself to drink water? Li Qingshan's face was immediately filled with suspicion. Just a few days ago, his head was almost crushed. Abbot Yangon felt a little awkward. He explained, at that time, I still saw you as half an enemy, so what difference does it make now? Abbot Yangon said sternly, now I know that you are fated with Buddha. Li Qingshan said, those words sound familiar to me. You might not believe it, but I received a revelation from Buddha while I was unconscious. Abbot Yangon raised his index finger. He pointed upwards. Li Qingshan was shocked. This was not the doomsday prophecy of those evil cultists in his previous life. It could be true. If it was true, then it would really be the end of the world. He asked carefully, Buddha personally descended to the mortal world? How could that be? Abbot Yangon laughed. Buddha spoke to you? No. Abbot Yangon shook his head. Buddha told you my name? No. What kind of revelation is this? Li Qingshan's heart returned to his stomach. This bald donkey was just bluffing. Abbot Yangon's face was intoxicated. Because of this, it is called a revelation. Otherwise, Buddha's true appearance is not something that we can see. Buddha's mantra is something that we can bear. Li Qingshan grinned. Fanatics were really disgusting. You're not dreaming, are you? It's similar to a dream. For example, dream omen. The path of great freedom and Mahayana Buddhism are completely incompatible, so you can continue dreaming. I'll take my leave. Li Qingshan cupped his hands and was about to leave. Wait, the revelation I received wasn't just in a dream, it was also on your body. Abbot Yangon pointed at Li Qingshan with his finger that was pointing at the sky. Li Qingshan's heart trembled. He felt uncomfortable and couldn't help but look at himself. What do I have on my body? You have a merciful heart. Li Qingshan laughed out loud. I've done so many bad things in my life. Before I came, I beat up tens of thousands of people. But none of them were seriously injured. The ground was littered with soldiers lying on the ground. Military doctors went to and fro, treating them. They found out that most of them had light injuries, and in the end, they were just broken bones. With the medical methods of the cultivation path, they would recover quickly. Of course, Li Qingshan held back. If not, he would have blown someone up with a single punch, and the ground would have turned into a river of blood. However, Chao Tenjia would definitely come to stop him. He wouldn't be able to play to his heart's content, and in the end, he would be punished by military law. Li Liehua had something on him. He didn't pretend to be a good person and said calmly, I just had some misgivings. Abbot Yangon asked, if you don't have those misgivings, will you go on a killing spree? Li Qingshan was slightly stunned and shook his head, of course not. They only said a few bad things about me behind my back, there's no need to kill them. Abbot Yangon said cheerfully, in your eyes, they are still people. A trace of pity appeared in his eyes, and in the eyes of many cultivators, they are no longer people. Not to mention cultivators, in the eyes of many mortals, they are no longer people. Ah, a merciful heart. Li Qingshan was silent for a moment. Then do you know how many innocent people I have killed? If necessary, I will still kill. He felt that it was somewhat sad and ironic. If he had a merciful heart, then wouldn't a certain head of state be a Buddha? Buddha has a saying, put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. Li Qingshan was even more disdainful. This is called killing to prove one's Tao? Good people can't become Buddha, but bad people can. Oh, I understand. People who hold the butcher's knife are still strong enough after all. As long as they are willing to convert to Buddhism, they can immediately become high-level thugs and contribute to Buddhism. Of course, they are more useful than those weak and easy-to-bully good people. It seems that I still have to kill more people in the future. At this point, his face was full of ridicule, completely ignoring that he was in the Pure Land Temple, facing Arhat Urgwa, who was stronger than him. Not really. Abbot Yangon shook his head. The so-called kindness of ordinary people is mostly because they are weak and can't stand up to the slightest test. If they are given uncontrollable power and let to do whatever they want, they will also become butchers and devils. Even if they don't have power, they will blame the heavens and others and refuse to admit their mistakes, so it is difficult for all living beings. Cultivators and upper echelons are just mortals in the first place. You must have seen many of their faces and heard many of their slogans. Perhaps they regard mortals as ants, trampling and destroying them is not a sin. Or perhaps they regard the people as lambs, born to be at their mercy. Their butcher's knife not only kills people, but also destroys the mercy in their hearts. Everything is just to make themselves feel at ease. Suddenly, he asked Li Qingshan, "Why do you have to suffer?" Li Qingshan was silent. Chapter 1472. The wind was whistling and the sky was hazy. The morning bell and evening drum, the ancient temple is deep. The ubiquitous statues of Buddha Stupa listened quietly, as if waiting for his answer. Li Qingshan's expression changed. He spread his arms, which seemed to be stained with blood and entwined with vengeful spirits. He had left the mountain village, entered the Jianghu, and fought in the 9 states. In the world of the 5 continents, there had been 100 years of war, and countless people had been killed. He had been hacked into pieces and had his body torn to pieces. When had he ever been free of calamity and fear? It was as if he was treading on thin ice, as if he was facing an abyss. If he was not careful, his soul would scatter. Even today, his life was still hanging by a thread. If this was said to a mortal, they would probably be shocked and would rather be a rich man. Abbot Rangoon was full of confidence. Even if his words could not completely convince Li Qingshan, it would at least make him reflect. In the future, as long as we slowly guide them, we will be able to convert them to Buddhism. At that moment, a strange smile appeared on Li Qingshan's face. His smile widened and turned into a loud laugh. His voice shook the ancient temple and startled the jackdaws. "Fellow Taoist, why are you laughing?" "Too weak." "What?" "I'm laughing at how weak all of you are. You're no different from those fellows who view all living beings as ants." "Why do you say that, fellow Taoist?" Yangon frowned. Li Qingshan said, "Because you can't bear the pain in your heart. You have to abandon your good thoughts. You have to lay down the butcher's knife. Both are distorting your heart, but what's the difference? One is evil, the other is good. How can there be no difference? To me, there is no difference." Li Qingshan clenched his fists, raised his head, and raised his eyebrows. His expression changed, stubborn, violent, foolish, like a bull, like a tiger, like an ape. After going through so many trials and tribulations, he was no longer that ignorant and confused boy from a mountain village. Abbot Yangon suddenly realized how arduous his task was. This child's heart is as firm as iron. I'm afraid words won't be able to sway him. However, there was another layer of admiration. To be able to see one's own nature and stay true to one's heart, one's comprehension was already very impressive in the Zen sect. It was a pity that one did not know the Mahayana Buddhism. "Amitabha, you're mistaken, fellow Taoist." It was as if he was the emperor of the human world and was extremely wealthy, but he still had to lead the life of a beggar. This was not strength. It was stupidity. With your root of wisdom and comprehension, as long as you let go of your obsession, you will be able to eliminate all suffering and you will be reborn in the pure land of ultimate bliss. Li Qingyan laughed and said, "Be compassionate." Demonic thoughts were suppressed from within. With a butcher's knife in hand, he slaughtered his enemies. Why go to the pure land of ultimate bliss? The world will not tolerate your actions. Abbot Yangon frowned, and a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. Hey, it's not tolerated by the Buddhists. Li Qingshan had a vague feeling that compared to the Vinaya school, Zen school, and Tantra school, the Pure Land school's philosophy seemed to be the most gentle and open, advocating equality of all beings, and everyone could become Buddha. However, it was also the harshest and most radical. The Vinaya school was strict with its own disciples, the Zen school was too aloof, and the Tantric school, as the name suggested, was even more so. In order to achieve the great goal of delivering all living beings from suffering and establishing the Buddhist kingdom on earth, the Pure Land School had set up the Buddhist kingdom on earth. All dissidents were enemies. If you can't convert him, you must. It was the same as his win people over by virtue. If you don't accept it, I'll beat you until you do. It was no coincidence that he appeared in the demonic domain battlefield. And the White Bone Bodhisattva who created the path of White Bone and Great Beauty was most likely from the Pure Land School. If little and was discovered, the consequences would be unthinkable. Amitba. Abbot Yangon put his palms together. He did not conceal anything. Our Buddha Tathagata also roars like a lion. Even though all kinds of evil spirits are proud of themselves for a moment, you can't escape the burning of karmic fire. Li Qingshan was never one to be threatened. Those who kill will be killed. Since I killed, I was prepared to be killed. I do not seek bliss, nor do I seek eternal life. How can you convert me, monk? Abbot Yangon was silent. Li Qingshan clasped his hands and turned to leave. After a long while, Abbot Yangon sighed. Difficult, difficult. Li Qingshan walked out of the monastery, his mind clear. He cursed, that bald donkey tricked me again. Unknowingly, his mind was affected. His mind was actually affected. If not for his strong will, he might really have wavered. This was not strange. Even ordinary temples would intentionally create an atmosphere to influence those ordinary people, let alone an ancient monastery like the Pure Land Temple that had Arhat Duogwa presiding over it. Speaking of which, this was definitely a method of the demonic path. However, even if he returned to question Abbot Yangon, it would be useless. This was the principle of the Mahayana Buddhism. There was a parable of 3 chariots in the sutra. It described a house on fire, and children were playing in it. In order to save them, Buddha told them that there was a goat cart outside. The children ran out to take a look, but there was no goat cart. Instead, there was a large white ox cart, which made them very happy. The house on fire was the burning residence, the children were the living beings, and the large white ox cart was the Mahayana Buddhism, praising Buddha for being benevolent and good at guiding the people of the world. The monks below followed suit. As long as it was helpful in passing down the teachings, monks do not lie, was all nonsense. Of course, those who were enlightened would be grateful and wouldn't think that they were being lied to. However, if a child saw the door and shouted, "Bald donkey is lying. Where's the goat cart?" he would most likely be slapped. You talk too much. Li Qingshan touched his cheek. I'd better stay away from these guys in the future. He had caused a ruckus in the military tournament, but no one came to find trouble with him. I have nothing to do even if I go back now. They think I've gone far away, so I'm going to make a comeback. However, he had just swept through the drill ground, so there was no point in going back. Therefore, he decided to break up the whole thing. Turning into a small alley, he took out sets of armor from his sumaru ring. These were all standard military equipment that he had bought from the quartermaster department for the sake of the doppelganger formation plan. Soon, one after another, Li Qingshan came out of the alley and dispersed into Black Cloud City. He wanted to know who else dared to speak ill of him. In the small tavern, a few soldiers discussed how the crawling general, Li Qingshan, had wreaked havoc in the military drill grounds with their spittle flying everywhere. Just as they were getting carried away, a lowly soldier rushed over while chanting, "Long live Li Qingshan." He punched and kicked them, drinking all their alcohol along the way. As Li Qingshan's cultivation gradually recovered, the number of thought doppelgangers also increased. There were quite a few people who spoke ill of him. Hundreds of such incidents happened every day. Everyone in the city called it, making a ruckus with Li Qingshan. Qiao Tianjie was completely speechless. All the generals demanded that he be severely punished because it was too degrading and made them lose face. However, it was better to prevent the public from speaking out than to prevent a river from flowing. Li Qingshan's shameless behavior was soon countered by the soldiers. Many people went to the street to curse and fight with his doppelgangers. They also set up all kinds of ambushes and sneak attacks. Sometimes, as soon as he rushed out, he was surrounded by dozens of fully armed and orderly soldiers. Then, it would be a chaotic battle. However, as long as no commandant or brigade commander intervened, Li Qingshan wouldn't do anything himself. After all, the number of doppelgangers was limited. Sometimes, he didn't have enough time to help. Unfortunately, one of his doppelgangers was killed and left behind a suit of armor. Li Qingshan didn't care about such a small loss. He didn't feel ashamed when he was defeated by the soldiers. Instead, he enjoyed it. Unconsciously, the ape demon transformation began to change. To be continued. Chapter 1473. Snow fluttered in the wind. Li Qingshan stood cross-legged on top of the limestone tower. His eyes were bright, and his lips were curled up like an ape. The ape demon transformation's technique was ape demon moon reaching emptiness. The origin of the ape demon's power was also emptiness. Although this emptiness was not the real emptiness, only emptiness could contain the earth, fire, wind, and water to form a world of its own. Ox, tiger, turtle, and phoenix returned to their respective positions. Qilin walked and plants grew. The importance of the ape demon moon reaching art was self-evident, especially now that the ape demon transformation was stuck at the 4th level. Due to the lack of emptiness, all other transformations could not surpass it. Apart from the Qilin transformation, which could be improved due to its lower cultivation, the other transformations could not even unleash their original power. The small world was still in its embryonic form. Once the ape demon transformation broke through this shackle and reached the 5th level, not only would all the suppressed transformations be restored, but it would also mean that a brand new small world would be completely formed. It would no longer be restricted by the ape demon transformation. All the supernatural powers would be restored, and his power would increase by more than 10 times. And this was nothing. The ox demon transformation and tiger demon transformation that had been dormant for a long time could easily break through to the 6th level. Then, he would comprehend new supernatural powers, and his power would increase by more than 10 times. At that moment, even he could not imagine what kind of power he would possess. Thus, he had an idea. The Book of Freedom had another breakthrough, and he comprehended a new move out of thin air. Li Qingshan tilted his head and thought for a long time. This ape demon transformation is too unreliable. To a certain extent, the ape demon transformation was more difficult than the Qilin transformation. It could not be outsmarted or outmaneuvered. It all depended on one's temperament. If one did not change from stupidity and kept the moon in his heart, he would be able to advance triumphantly without any effort. Otherwise, it would be futile no matter how much effort he put in and meditated. But it's okay. My temperament is very good. Let me eat some snow to calm myself down. Li Qingshan squatted down and made a snowball. She rubbed a snowball and took a bite. Crunch, crunch. He seemed to have been startled by the sound. The window of the limestone tower suddenly opened. Hu Jigang poked his head out and roared, "Li Qingshan, get out of here." There were many gray stone towers in Black Cloud City. As the residence of the generals, it was clear that this wasn't the one he was in. "It's you." Li Qingshan glanced at Hu Jigang, then grabbed a pile of snow and rubbed it into a strip. Then, he coiled it into a plate. "Look, what's this?" Hu Jigang's eyes widened. He thought that he was referring to something else. "It's a snake?" "Idiot, it's shit. Eat shit." Li Qingshan suddenly extended his arm and slapped the shit on Hu Jigang's face. Taking advantage of the situation, he leaped onto another tower, his laughter echoing from afar. Hu Jigang was lying on his back on the ground. His face was so red that it melted the snow. Blood was flowing out of his nose. The snowball that Li Qingshan had made was naturally harder than a rock. However, he did not chase after them for revenge. Instead, he trembled. In other people's eyes, it was just a mischievous slap. But how could he be so cooperative as to be a clown? That slap gave him the feeling of a huge avalanche. It was overwhelming and filled his field of vision. Not only could he not resist it, but he also had nowhere to run. At that moment, he almost thought that he was going to be slapped to death. But in the end, only his nose was bleeding, and he even felt lucky to have escaped death. This kid, is really so strong? He found it hard to accept. He was a well-known figure in Black Cloud City, but he was so vulnerable. And what was most unacceptable was that this kid was far from his image of a strong man. How could a strong man rub snow into shit and slap it on someone's face? It was only a matter of time before he broke through the ape demon transformation. Li Qingshan pressed his forehead. This should be the Book of Freedom. No, the strongest move of the Way of Freedom. It doesn't seem to be something that I can comprehend at my current level. He couldn't help but look in the direction of the Pure Land Temple. Although he had lost the great Freedom Demon statue, which weakened many of his spells, this move alone was enough to make up for it. Hey, who cares? Tomorrow is the competition. I'll give it a try. The sun and the moon shuttled back and forth in the dark clouds. The sky darkened and lit up again. Li Qingshan looked down at the Black Cloud City. There was a winding canyon, which looked like a giant dragon baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It suddenly expanded under Black Cloud City like a dragon's head. This was the only way to attack Black Cloud City, and it had gone through countless bloody battles. This empty space was not formed naturally, but the result of war. On both sides of the canyon were jagged rocks of strange shapes, which formed a natural lookout. It was also a tradition that the competition would be held here for many years. At this time, millions of soldiers had gathered. The mountains and plains were filled with people, but they were orderly. The fierce Inferno Legion and the Xuanwu Legion stood on both sides of the canyon. Chao Tianhua shouted, "Li Qingshan, come here." His voice reverberated in the canyon, and the millions of soldiers were in an uproar. Then, they heard a reply, "He's here." Everyone looked up at the sky. A black shadow fell from the sky, and with a loud bang, rocks flew everywhere, landing in the middle of the canyon. A whistle came from somewhere, and laughter spread out like ripples, echoing in the canyon. The atmosphere was a bit unusual. Someone shouted, "General crawling on the ground, come and hit me." Li Qingshan pointed at the crowd. "I see you. Just you wait." The crowd roared with laughter. However, this laughter was no longer mocking or malicious. It was more like a taunt to an old friend. As the saying goes, no discord, no concord. His strength to defeat the millions of soldiers, his courage to admit defeat, his leniency, and even his arrogant and domineering attitude won the hearts of the crowd. Most importantly, he didn't treat them like ants, nor did he pretend to be close to them. Li Qingshan also laughed. He thought back to the time when he was commanding the Azura army in the 5 continents world. Chao Tianjiao and Li Liahua looked at each other across the canyon. They were both surprised, and even felt that it was inconceivable. He had actually changed the morale of the army in such a short time. Could it be because of Abbot Yangon's awakening? Amit Ba. Abbot Yangon put his palms together and chanted in a low voice, full of regret. He had a kind of power to conquer people's hearts. If he was willing to convert to Buddhism, he would definitely be able to glorify Buddhism. Using virtue to win people over was not a lie. Chao Tianjia interrupted, "Are you ready?" Li Qingshan clenched his fists. "Of course. I can't wait anymore." "Very good." Chao Tianjia smiled. With a wave of her hand, a golden talisman returned to her hand. Li Qingshan heard a roar coming from the depths of the canyon. The cold wind assailed his nostrils, and the earth trembled. A malevolent demon beast that looked like a horse, but not a horse, or a wolf, but not a wolf, rushed out from the depths of the canyon. Its huge body was distorted, and its blood-red eyes were crazily bloodthirsty. With a glance, it saw Li Qingshan standing alone in the middle of the canyon. Chapter 1474. Li Qingshan looked down at the ground motionlessly. Millions of eyes wandered back and forth between him and the demonic beast, marveling at the size of the demonic beast and secretly sweating for him. Even the generals did not have absolute confidence in defeating this demonic beast. Although the demonic beast did not have intelligence, it was unusually crazy. In this canyon where there was not much room to maneuver, they had to face it head-on. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, they not only had to win this battle, but they had to win beautifully to boost morale and strengthen the army. Taking a step back would be a humiliation. Why isn't he going up? Is he afraid? No, impossible. This kid isn't even afraid of the two corps commanders. Only Li Liahua and Chao Tianjiao did not even look at the demonic beast. Their eyes only fell on Li Qingshan. They did not doubt that he would win this battle, but how would he win? Thinking back, after so long of conflict, they had never seen him go all out. This was also a strange thing. In order to test Li Qingshan's strength, this demonic beast was carefully selected by Chao Tianjiao. It was a powerhouse among the demon emperors. Come on, let me see what kind of tricks you have. In an instant, a huge shadow shrouded Li Qingshan. A bloody wind blew in his face and his black hair fluttered. Li Qingshan raised his head slightly and saw a huge mouth full of fangs. He raised his right hand and casually drew a line from his forehead to his eyebrows. A vertical eye suddenly opened. It was dark and deep, trembling like a flame as it stared at the demonic beast. The magical beast trembled. Its eyes, which had been filled with madness and bloodlust, were now filled with fear. It did its best to stop its huge body and run far away from this terrifying man, especially those terrifying eyes. But it was too late. A black flame shot out. Before the demonic beast could even let out a cry, its huge body disintegrated and turned into dust. It was blown away by the wind from Li Qingshan's side. The canyon was dead silent. Only the whistling of the wind could be heard. Even Li Liahua and Chao Tianjiao were shocked. Yang Gan was especially shocked. Not long ago, he was almost killed by the same move. Although the difference in power was huge, the essence was completely the same. World-extinguishing divine fire. Has he actually comprehended the Tao of great freedom to such an extent? Li Qingshan retracted his vertical eye and looked at Chao Tianjiao. The corners of his mouth rose. That's it. Chao Tianjiao's expression was grave. This move was enough to threaten her. Perhaps she really should let him stay in Yaoju's 100-herb garden to grow vegetables. Li Liahua cultivated the heavenly book of raging flames, and with raging flames as its name, he felt it even more deeply. He closed his eyes and silently comprehended this kind of fire. There was no need to even mention the generals. In particular, those who had offended Li Qingshan in front of him in the past. Feeling a chill run down his spine, he felt a lingering fear in his heart. Every year, the opening battle of the Grand Martial competition of the entire army was a slaughter. It wasn't that there weren't any defeats, but there had never been such a thing. The powerful magical beast transformed by the Demon Emperor was actually obliterated in an instant. Many people didn't even understand what had happened. However, the goal of raising the morale of the army had indeed been achieved. General is mighty. Suddenly someone shouted loudly. In the blink of an eye, a tsunami of cheers rushed to the sky, reverberating between the mountains. Li Qingshan smiled and opened his arms, accepting the cheers. He was also very happy. Not because he had defeated this stupid magical beast, but because among the humans' techniques, there was finally a powerful technique that was comparable to his innate divine ability. Although this move had exhausted the power of the Yin god, it was only the beginning. There would be a day when the world-extinguishing divine flame shot out from the vertical eye would burn a true powerful enemy. Still feeling unsatisfied, Li Qingshan asked loudly, "Who else?" The cheers gradually died down. No one answered. Chao Tianjia said, "You can go down now." I said I want to fight 10. Li Qingshan laughed. I know there are many people who are unhappy with me. What? You only dare to gossip behind my back. Don't be afraid. I won't use this move. Chao Tianjia sneered. You can only use this move. After the shock, she realized that this move was very powerful, and it must have consumed a lot of energy. With Li Qingshan's realm, it was impossible for him to use it continuously. So what? There's still no one. Li Qingshan did not hide it. The pocket dimension was the real source of his power. His Een god was hiding in the pocket dimension, and its power was recovering rapidly. Amitba, let this poor monk have a taste of the crawling general skill. The guardian monk's voice was like a bell descending from the sky. His upper body was half bent, and his muscles were tight, faintly emitting a golden light, like the guardian of the temple. Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows and laughed. You're courting death. Huh. The guardian monk roared. His voice was like thunder, and a circle of golden ripples was released. The air around Li Qingshan and the sand and stones under his feet were all shaken up, and the wind and sand were everywhere. Li Qingshan's ears were buzzing, and his eyes flashed. The guardian monk pounced on him like a mad tiger, and a pair of big hands pierced through the wind and sand, holding his shoulders tightly. Li Qingshan felt a pressure, as if he had met his natural enemy. His eyes looked over the head of the guardian monk and saw a Luohan appeared behind him. The Luohan had a face full of curly beard, and his clothes were half open, and he was riding a fierce tiger. The Pure Land sect did not rely on themselves, but borrowed the power of the gods. The Luohan that the guardian monk worshipped gave him boundless power, and no one could stop him. Luohan subduing the tiger. The guardian monk angrily exerted force, but Li Qingshan did not move an inch. Instead, his smile became wider. This was the so-called showing off in front of an expert. The guardian monk's expression changed, and he felt like he was shaking a mountain. Not to mention a corner of his strength, even his determination was shaken. Crouching tiger Luohan. Li Qingshan stretched out his arms and hugged the waist of the guardian monk. With a pull of his arms, he pulled the guardian monk up from the ground. The guardian monk's face turned red, and his waist felt like it was going to be broken. His bones creaked, and his vision became blurry. The crouching tiger Luohan behind him also disappeared. You're not good enough to compete with me in strength. Li Qingshan did a fall down, and the guardian monk's head was planted into the ground. It was still one move, and this move was clearly seen by everyone. It was not a particularly brilliant move, but rather, it was to let the opponent make the first move, and then use absolute strength to crush it, and once again shock the audience. Li Qingshan said, next. I, Old Hu, will fight you. Hu Jigang jumped out. It was one thing to not win, but it was another to be scared to the point that he did not dare to fight. Once he had fear, it would definitely affect his cultivation. But he kept a very far distance from Li Qingshan and thought to himself, this kid's physique is strong. Fighting him in close combat is simply courting death. Wait for my in-spirit to come out, and I'll use spells to fight him. Looking around, he did not see any trace of Li Qingshan. His heart trembled, and his eyes widened. Finally, he saw a blurry figure, and it was already within 10 steps of him. He was shocked, and did not dare to use his in-spirit to come out. He quickly pulled out his sword, and prepared to attack instead of defend, but he felt his waist tighten. It's over. With a bang, Li Qingshan fell again. Although the illusion evasion technique was weakened, it was still not a problem to bully such an opponent. Chapter 1475. The sun was high up in the sky, and the sunlight was slanting down. White snow and icy rocks were sparkling. Li Qingshan had planted another big onion. Cheers surged like waves. The soldiers couldn't care less about anything else. All they could see was his naked strength. The generals had thought of all kinds of ways to restrain him, thinking that they could overwhelm him by fighting him continuously. However, he broke through them with brute force, and the more he fought, the stronger he became. Who else? Li Qingshan brushed the dust off his hands. His exhaustion was gone, and the demonic ape was ready to make a move. He was close to the critical point. However, no one responded. The generals had almost been beaten up by him. The remaining female generals of the Xuanwu army were worried that Li Qingshan would not give them face and beat them up. Now, they simply gave up. They discussed with each other. No wonder he's so daring. He's so skilled. This strength is enough to show disdain for all the myriad nature sect's inner disciples. I heard that he has just passed the fourth heavenly tribulation. Not simple at all. What, is the old woman also in love? I really want to bite him now. Chao Tianjiao glanced at them, and they all fell silent. They looked at each other and smiled. Li Qingshan, you can go down now. Li Qingshan asked with a smile, am I the champion? Chao Tianjiao rolled her eyes. You are the champion. The champion was the champion of the three armies. It was originally a competition among the generals, so of course he was the well-deserved champion. Okay. Li Qingshan jumped and flew toward Chao Tianjiao. Chao Tianjiao frowned and clenched her fists. He flew past her and came to the female generals behind her. He said with a smile, who wants to bite me? The female generals didn't dare to answer him. Chao Tianjiao exuded a murderous aura. She clenched her teeth and said word by word, do you want to die? Li Qingshan laughed aloud. With a single leap, he vanished from Black Cloud City. The tournament was finally over. No one in Black Cloud City dared to look down on the crawling general anymore. As for the champion, Li Qingshan. Naturally, it was another contribution. On the list of versatility, Li Qingshan's ranking rose once again, and he was now in the middle of the inner disciples, causing another round of exclamations in the square. He was like a rising star. No one could stop him. Wan Mingfangle Tian looked through the floor-to-ceiling window and clicked his tongue in wonder. Dark, it's really dark. I'm afraid those guys' faces have already turned black. Pai Yangqiu raised his glass and smiled. I really want to see their expressions now. Even eldest senior brother and eldest senior sister couldn't do anything to him. I really have to hand it to him. Commissariat General, the true disciples who had sent Li Qingshan to the battlefield had gathered together. Their expressions were a little ugly. Guxing spread his hands. You want me to think of a way, but what can I do? If those two couldn't suppress him, who else could? If he becomes a true disciple, how will we get along with each other in the future? The true disciples looked at each other in dismay, feeling a little annoyed. Heavens, Spirit Venerable Guihai had been paying attention to Li Qingshan's news all the time. Every time he did something, it seemed to be unexpected, but also reasonable. He was related to those great sages. It would be strange if he didn't do something. He repeatedly pondered the message that old man of heavenly book sent from the ninth heaven. There were only 4 short words, wait and see. He calculated for a long time, but still failed to figure out the meaning behind these 4 words. He could only follow the surface meaning and wait and see. Master is in charge of the imperial study for the celestial emperor. He has sharp ears and eyes and is very knowledgeable. It's not something a spirit immortal like me can understand. Forget it, it's useless to think too much. I'll just obey. This was the gap between realm and status. No matter how many books he read, he could not make up for it. But that kid is on the battlefield. No one will send me books to read again. In the herb garden, it was still a scene of birds singing and flowers fragrant. The breeze was gentle, and it was full of spring. A golden-red phoenix stood high on a gold-leafed Bodhi tree and sang. Flocks of spirit birds flew here and there along with his clear and melodious song. He had already gone through 4 heavenly tribulations. With his extraordinary talent and accumulation, the process could be said to be without danger. After that, he took on the job left behind by Li Qingshan. Although he did not know any cloning techniques, there was an ancient saying, 100 birds pay homage to the phoenix. He was born to be able to command birds. He especially bought some spiritual birds from the spiritual beast garden. With his experience as the king of feather people and king of mutants, he could be said to be able to command calmly. He also played a part in Li Qingshan's climb up the list of versatility. Wan Yaozhu looked at the scene and teased, Joer, he's much more useful than you. The 9-colored deer said, then why don't you change your mount? Speaking of mounts, Wan Yaozhu inexplicably thought of Li Qingshan again. Her face turned slightly red, and she sighed in her heart, that's a more suitable place for him. I hope he and eldest senior sister can forget about the past. Li Qingshan. Chao Tianjiao's face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost, causing the temperature in the room to plummet. Eldest senior sister, why are you here? A woman's voice came from inside the bed. Impressively, it was the female general who wanted to bite Li Qingshan during the tournament. After the end of the tournament, Li Qingshan continued to wander around the city, looking for an opportunity to break through to the 5th layer of demonic ape. However, no one challenged him anymore. This kind of thing could not be forced, so he could only give up. However, it was not without gains. High officially, who had mastered the 5 great skills of Pan Donkey and Deng Xiaoxian, found a few gentle places. What's the matter now? Li Qingshan opened his eyes and turned around lazily. The blanket slid off his body, revealing his robust body. He was completely naked. Follow me, I have a mission. Chao Tianjia turned a blind eye to him and turned around to leave. Li Qingshan immediately got up, put on his clothes and followed. He did not miss the gentle places behind him at all. The female general giggled and said, "Little devil, come and play again when you have time." I know. In the Black Tortoise Hall, Chao Tianjia went straight to the point. I want you to go and investigate the cold blood pass again. I thought it was something big. It's just a small matter. You can just send someone to inform me. Why do you have to come in person? Could it be that you want to take advantage of me? Li Qingshan stretched his neck and twisted his head. Although the Great Freedom Sky Demon statue was erased, after a period of cultivation, the Book of Freedom and Hallucination Escaping Method had improved again. During this period of time, he did not just indulge in the gentle places. I will go with you. You cover me with your own spirit, Chao Tianjia said sternly. Winter was about to pass and a new round of killing would begin. However, the things that happened in the cold blood pass always made her feel a little uneasy. She had to investigate it clearly. This was her duty as the commander of an army. It was above her personal grievances. Although she could hide her aura, she was not skilled at concealing herself. Once the demon folk raised their guard, it would be very easy for her to be exposed. When Li Qingshan used the hallucination escaping method during the martial arts competition, she had already made up her mind. Li Qingshan also became serious. He tried to persuade her, "Don't tell me you're planning another assassination. It's not like the demon folk are stupid. You made such a big fuss last time, so how can they not be on guard? It's not an assassination. It's just an investigation," Chao Tianjiao explained to him in an extremely rare moment. If it's just an investigation, I might as well go alone. If there's a need, it can be an assassination. Chao Tianjia pressed down on his shoulder and smiled wickedly. Li Qingshan sensed the pain from his shoulder and sighed. Can I turn you down? He just felt like there was nothing good about hanging around with her. Military orders must be obeyed. Chapter 1476. Li Qingshan returned to the gray stone tower. Little N was still cultivating. Amidst the samadhi flame of white bone that bloomed like a lotus flower, she was sometimes stunning and sometimes eerie. His eyes were gentle and unmoved. After watching for a while, he quietly returned to the bottom of the tower and sat cross-legged, leaving his body behind. His own spirit floated out of his body and came to Xuanwu Hall to meet up with Chao Tianjiao. Come. Chao Tianjiao opened her arms and opened her mind. Li Qingshan's own spirit rushed forward and merged with her. How do you feel? Chao Tianjiao waved her arms, feeling as if she was wearing a strange armor. Nice figure, Li Qingshan teased. Chao Tianjiao's expression changed. Her yang spirit shone brightly and her own spirit felt as if it was being cut by a knife. Just kidding. Calm down, calm down. Although her own spirit was attached to her body, it was only equivalent to wearing a coat. It could not really touch her body. It was still her own yang spirit. However, both the coat and the coat were fitted to her body and could still outline her good figure. The compliment came from the heart, but the other party did not seem to appreciate it. I can tolerate you on normal days, but I will not allow you to play tricks on the battlefield. Otherwise, don't blame my army for being merciless. Chao Tianjiao's face was stern. In fact, she already knew what kind of person he was. She was not really angry, but just wanted to give him a show of strength. She also wanted to test him and prepare for the upcoming trip to the demonic area. She cultivated the Black Tortoise scripture and walked the path of the Black Tortoise, which was the path of the Jinwu Great Emperor. She was the ninth heaven's demon-destroying grandmaster who presided over the war against the demonic area. Her yang spirit was formed by absorbing the cold, murderous aura of the 7 constellations in the north. It was extremely murderous. Ordinary Yin's spirits would be injured if they got close to her, let alone attached to her body. The fact that he could withstand her aura meant that she could move more freely and could cast some spells calmly. This was a good thing to be happy about. All right, whatever you say. I'm just an invisibility cloak. Li Qingshan sighed and made a mental note to think about how he would take revenge in the future. Of course, there were also some very erotic and violent scenes. It's good that you understand. Chao Tianjia smiled. She turned around and jumped down the cliff. The rock wall was undulating, and the mountain wind whistled past her ears. She ignored Li Qingshan's complaints. He gradually activated the power of the Yang spirit, which shone like stars. Wei Su. With a low shout, the 7 stars in the Yang spirit shone, one of which was particularly dazzling. Specks of light condensed into scissor-like wings and tail feathers. Like a silver swallow, it streaked across the dawn sky and flew towards the infernal domain. Li Qingshan gained a deeper understanding of her strength. This is the heavenly tome of Black Tortoise. If I were to face him head-on, I'm definitely not his match. I'm afraid I won't even be able to block a single move from him. I can only take it head-on. Even if he had the living soil of the 9 heavens, it would be useless. No matter how powerful his fists were, it would be useless if he could not land a hit. Unless he could use a formation to trap her to death like what he had done to Ao Xian. But that couldn't be considered a head-on confrontation. He was also too ambitious. He had just passed the 4th heavenly tribulation not long ago, but he was going to compete with someone at the peak of the 5th heavenly tribulation and the one who was the best at fighting. Of course, he felt that his strength was not enough. Forget it. I'll observe carefully first and prepare for the future battle. Chao Tianjiao clearly guessed what he was thinking. She deliberately let him understand the gap between them to undermine his confidence. The path they were on. What they couldn't lack was confidence. The two of them, who were at odds with each other, flew over the mountains, the frozen land, and the ice fields, and arrived at the border of the 2 domains. She stopped using her magic and descended from the sky. She restrained her aura and said rudely, "Boy, hurry up. Don't hold me back." "Which leg did I hold you back? Are you a dog?" Li Qingshan was furious. He used the illusion demon escape, and a wave of light flowed around. A brilliant light flowed and gradually disappeared. "If you use magic again, I won't be able to hide." "Cut the crap." Chao Tianjia lightly stepped on the ground. She flew forward without raising a speck of dust. She didn't slow down at all. Huh? Why can't I feel the rejection from the demon domain? The demon domain, which had always been the most terrifying enemy of human cultivators, seemed to have suddenly disappeared. She carefully sensed it and found that the invisible repulsive force was still there. As she went deeper into the demon domain, it became stronger and stronger. But it flowed off her body like water. Li Qingshan didn't answer. He obediently wore his invisibility cloak and thought, "Humph, it's not just rejection. The last time I came, the demon domain welcomed me so much. If I wasn't merciful, I would have broken into Black Cloud City and fuck you 100 times. Hey, boy, don't tell me you're really a spy sent by the demon domain." Chao Tianjiao seemed to feel some kind of malice from him. She stopped and became suspicious. "Hehe, Qiangqi asked me to bring you a message. As long as you surrender to the demon domain." Chao Tianjiao couldn't help but laugh. "Qiangqi. Kid, you sure are bold." Qiangqi was a true god. In terms of battle prowess, he was probably even above the Elder of Heavenly Book. He was far too far away from her, a Yang soul cultivator, let alone a measly Yin soul cultivator. She mocked, "Then who are you to Qiangqi?" "Qiangqi is my mount." Li Qingshan boasted shamelessly. If he had won that bet, he could indeed subdue Qiangqi under the blood oath of the Nether River. Kid, you sure are funny. Qiao Tenji pursed her lips. She no longer had the slightest doubt. There was no demon folk bold enough to slander a demon god like that. As long as you surrender to the demon domain, I guarantee you a lifetime of glory and wealth. There'll be plenty of gold. In your dreams, you traitor. Captain, don't shoot. Can you shut up? Qiao Tenjiao could not take it anymore. I can't. Li Qingshan was fearless, as they had already entered the demon domain now. Qiao Tenjiao stopped and sensed again. As expected, she was not rejected, so she could not help but calm down. With that, the risk of exposure was greatly reduced. In a good mood, she ignored his jokes. Heh, kid, you've got some skill. Li Qingshan found it boring, so he stopped talking nonsense. You better be careful. It's fine if you die, but I don't want my own soul to die with you. Yeah, Qiao Tianjiao answered. She became more and more stable, gradually approaching Cold Blood Pass. The tattered banners fluttered under the black sun, seeming even more desolate. Both Li Qingshan and Qiao Tianjiao had seen this before. One had seen it with their own eyes, while the other had seen it in an illusion. There was no sign of life in Cold Blood Pass at all. Even the smell of blood had completely vanished. There was only a desolate coldness. Snow suddenly began to drift down from the sky again. Let's go in and take a look? For once, Qiao Tianjiao asked Li Qingshan for his opinion. They were about to enter a dangerous situation. If they could not reach an agreement, it would be extremely dangerous. However, Li Qingshan felt slightly uneasy. His original body in the Grey Tower immediately began to use the spirit turtle transformation to divine rapidly. It's best if we don't go in. I feel like something's off. Something so major has happened, so why hasn't the demon domain responded? They've left an empty city here. What if it's a trap? What, are you afraid? Qiao Tianjia smiled. She had gone through countless battles. She was someone bold enough to charge into an army alone and assassinate a demon king. The death of 200,000 or 300,000 demofolk was not exactly a major matter. If it were not for the many oddities involved, there would be no need for her to personally investigate. I don't want you to die in the hands of others. The spirit turtle's divination was extremely vague and limited. Of course, there were many reasons, but the most fundamental reason just happened to be that he was not afraid at all. There was nothing major apart from death. Even if his own spirit was destroyed, it would only be a loss of strength. His life would not be in danger at all. The spirit turtle was unable to determine whether this was a life-threatening crisis or not. As for killing with a borrowed knife, he had never even considered it. This was basically a tacit understanding between him, Li Liahua, and Qiao Tenjiao. This kid. Instead, it makes me seem petty. Qiao Tianjia's heart skipped a beat. She knew he was not trying to dissuade her out of fear or cowardice. She smiled. I understand. Thank you, but we're already here, so how can we just turn back like this? We have to go in and take a look no matter what. Even if there's an ambush, there'll only be 3 or 5 demon kings at most. Don't worry, I'll make sure you don't die. Hearing that, Li Qingshan was even more reluctant to let her take this risk. Moreover, it was very difficult to cultivate a Yin spirit to this level. Who knew how much trouble it would take to refine another one? I'd better. This is a military order. Chapter 1477. Qiao Tianjiao had her reasons. Ever since she joined the army, she had been through thousands of battles. She had personally killed more than 200,000 or 300,000 demofolk. She only mocked Li Qingshan for not having experienced this, which was why he was so careful. It had to be mentioned that even when the battle was at its most intense, there were only a handful of demon emperors in Cold Blood Pass. They could not take down Black Cloud City, and it would be pointless even if there were more. It would instead drag down the other battles. Now that she had Li Qingshan's Yin spirit to fend off the laws of the demon domain, she had one less major problem to worry about. She had infiltrated silently again. Even if there were a handful of demon emperors, she was confident she could escape. Qiao Tenjiao climbed up the pass silently. As far as the eye could see, it was still ruins, exactly the same as the illusion Li Qingshan had demonstrated back then. Li Qingshan felt that something was amiss. He tried to persuade her again. You said you wanted to take a look. You've already taken a look now, so you can go back. Cut the nonsense. Chao Tenjia was as light as a feather, drifting into the pass. Li Qingshan choked. He felt suffocated. Since he could not persuade her, he could only let her be, just in case he humiliated himself. God damn it, even good advice can't persuade a damned ghost. As soon as Chao Tenjia landed on the ground, she stepped on a red thread that had appeared out of thin air. The red thread was as red as blood. It was not tangible, but it trembled slightly. Immediately, thousands of red threads appeared in the air, crisscrossing with one another and affecting the entire pass. Rumble. The ruins shook, and 12 stone pillars rose up from the ground. Every single pillar was engraved with the totem of a demon god. 12 demon emperors stood on the top of the 12 totem pillars, either sneering viciously or emotionlessly as they gazed at Chao Tianjiao in the formation. Surging demon qi blanketed the surroundings, filling up the pass. Li Qingshan had seen those red threads not long ago. They were the spirit threads that formed the formation, and he had actually seen this formation before. 12 Citadel Demon Formation of the Evil. Chao Tenjiao gritted her teeth and roared in her heart. Li Qingshan, how dare you say you're not a spy? I'll fuck your mother. Li Qingshan was also angry. I've tried to persuade you again and again, but you didn't listen. Now you're blaming it on me? Come, let's see how you're going to survive. He was ambushed, and there was a strong enemy outside. With disloyalty in his heart, the situation was extremely critical. With a clang, Chao Tianjiao unsheathed her saber. In an instant, she had regained her composure. Recalling Li Qingshan's various performances, how could there be such an arrogant spy in the world? Frankly speaking, he said, I have wronged you. If you are not a spy, then accompany me to the death in battle. Seeing her so generous, Li Qingshan was momentarily speechless. He was too embarrassed to say, even if you die, I won't. Finally, he let out a long sigh. Sigh, why did you have to come? Chao Tianjia said, I had an important mission, so I had to come. I ended up dragging you into this. The 12 demon emperors are gathered here. It's definitely not just to ambush me. They must be plotting against Black Cloud City. My extinguishing life lamp can be considered a warning to the sect. Bitch, do you still recognize me? Tu Wanqing let out a sinister laugh, feeling extremely gratified. Tu Wanqing, my saber didn't kill you. Do you dare fight me again? Chao Tenji pointed her saber at Tu Wanqing. Trapped in the 12 Citadel Demon Formation of the Evil, he was already in a hopeless situation. If he could kill a demon emperor, he might still have a chance of survival. At the very least, he would be able to drag someone down with him. His sharp edge was revealed, and his murderous intent surged. Tu Wanqing's face contorted. That saber strike had truly left a lingering fear in his heart. The other demon emperors seemed to be watching the show, not in a hurry to make a move. Naturally, Tu Wanqing wouldn't fall for it. He was just about to use vulgar words to humiliate Chao Tianjiao. An elderly demon emperor waved his hand, and Tu Wanqing immediately shut up. The elderly said earnestly, Fellow Taoist Chao, if you are willing to convert to the demon realm, there's still a way out. Not only will you become a demon emperor and be on equal footing with us, but if you can help us conquer Black Cloud City, it will be a great merit. Not only will you be blessed by heaven, but you will also be rewarded by the supreme gods. You might even be able to overcome the 6th heavenly tribulation and reach the demigod realm. The elderly's voice was hoarse and deep, but it had a strange charm that penetrated the eardrums and reached the bottom of the heart. He was even more amiable than Abbot Yangon, making people have no choice but to believe him. Li Qingshan and Chao Tenjia immediately understood. As it turned out, that was what they were planning. Even if the 12 demon emperors worked together, they would struggle to destroy the Black Cloud Roar of Thunder formation, let alone the fact that there was a teleportation formation connected to the Myriad sect. They could summon over 10 true disciples to assist them at any time. If the first senior sister, Chao Trenjiao, acted as a mole, destroying these 2 formations would be a piece of cake. If the 12 demon emperors used this opportunity to strike, even an army of 1,000,000 would be at their mercy. Li Qingshan sneered. Karma really is a cycle of karma and retribution. You said I'm a spy from the demon realm. Now it's your turn. He did his best to block the demonic voice for her. Chao Tianjiao's mind cleared up. She was not annoyed by him. Instead, she found it strange. Even at a time like this, he's still in the mood to joke around. How bold of him. She did not wholeheartedly want to die here. She acted like she was in thought and said to the old man, I understand demon folk very well. They'll go back on their word even if there's no benefit to them. How can I trust you? The old man laughed aloud. Do you think I'm one of those idiots, fellow? If you don't believe me, I can swear a blood oath on the Nether River. Chao Tenjiao sighed pretentiously. The sect has shown me great kindness, so how can I go back on my word? Li Qingshan thought, this woman sure isn't simple-minded. She even knows how to stall for time. It's just a pity that her acting skills are far too exaggerated. If the path they took was to throw their lives away regardless of the consequences when they encountered danger, they would have lost 100 lives. How could they have made it to where they were today? The old man did not seem to see through Chao Tianjiao's attempt to stall for time. He shook his head with a smile. You're mistaken, fellow. Li Qingshan was stunned. Is this old man really not a monk in disguise? Then I'd like to ask, how am I mistaken? Chao Tenjiao sheathed her blade and listened quietly. People of my generation have separated themselves from the world for the sake of pursuing the great path. The sect has shown you kindness, and you've shown kindness to the sect, so we don't owe each other anything. And, compared to the great path, why should we care about these small details? You're right, fellow. I'll consider it. Chao Tenjia lowered her head and said to Li Qingshan, cut the bullshit, kid. I know you're full of devious ideas. Hurry up and think of something. What ideas do I have? Why don't I just surrender? If I surrender, I'll kill you first. Chao Tenjiao's expression fluctuated as if she was waging a war. Her acting skills did become much more realistic. At the same time, the demon kings conversed with one another. Serene, will this woman really submit? Of course not, the old man replied indifferently. Tu Wanqing said impatiently, then why waste your breath on her? Why don't we? If she dies and her life lamp extinguishes, the myriad nature sect will be on guard. Will you take responsibility? Tu Wanqing did not dare to say anything else. The old man continued patiently, that's why we have to leave her a chance to live. Don't let her think about fighting to the death. She won't submit now, but that doesn't mean she won't submit in the future. Hehe. The demon kings were all arrogant and stubborn. Their strength was not much weaker than this old man's, so they did not have any thoughts of rebelling. Chapter 1478. Chaotic beings could not see or hear. They could not tell right from wrong, so they were chaotic and chaotic. The demon god of chaos was basically the embodiment of the will of the demon domain, as well as the most powerful demon god. However, due to their chaotic nature, not only were they ignorant and unable to tell right from wrong, but their thoughts could also change in the next moment. They were unable to carry out any long-term plans, nor were they able to gather allies effectively. As a result, their overall strength was the weakest. He was like a demonic beast among demon gods, a terrifying demon god beast. However, his strength could not be doubted. Meanwhile, the demon folk of the chaotic lineage were all natural demonic beings. They were extremely few in number, but they were extraordinarily powerful and unpredictable. As a result, when this old man called Ingja became their commander without a doubt, they did not even dare to raise a fuss. Even to the demon domain, demon emperors were precious resources. They were no longer allowed to kill one another casually, or even the victor would be severely punished. Only the chaotic lineage was unrestrained, or in other words, restraints were useless, as chaos was their nature. No matter how wise this Serene seemed, his nature would definitely be chaotic. Even if he attacked them for no reason, they would not be surprised, nor would they be punished. Who wouldn't be afraid of a mad dog like that? Ing's eyes were like chameleons, swiveling in different directions and taking in the expressions of all the demon emperors. The corners of his lips curled up, almost reaching his ears. That amiable face suddenly became strangely twisted. All the demon emperors lowered their heads, afraid to make eye contact with him. On my command, activate the formation. The demon emperors dared not tarry. The 12 citadel demon formation of the ominous immediately activated, and the 12 stone pillars lit up one by one. Surging demon chi blotted out the sky, crushing down layer by layer. Chao Tenjiao raised her head, but she could no longer see the demon emperors. Only the 12 demon gods gazed at her silently, as if they would never change. Meanwhile, she had become as insignificant as an ant. Any demon god only needed to extend a finger to crush her to pieces. True martial demons sweeping, the 7 mansions as one. The divine turtle as armor. The mysterious snake as soldier. Chao Tenjiao was fearless. She unsheathed her saber, and the 7 stars in her yang spirit shone brightly. Her whole body shone with divine light, making her look like a valkyrie. Li Qingshan felt as if his own spirit was about to be sliced into pieces. He said angrily, "Do you want to kill me? Didn't this old man want to recruit people to surrender and rebel? How could he turn hostile just like that?" "Shut up." Chao Tianjiao's voice was cold and cruel, without a trace of human emotion, only a murderous aura. Ing's expression changed. In the boundless demon domain, there was not a single demon folk who did not hate or fear the Jinwu Great Emperor, including the lineage of chaos. Since you're still cultivating the Xianwu Dao, you're even more intolerable. Chaos descends. In an instant, the light from the 11 totem pillars dimmed and gathered at the totem pillar beneath Ing's feet. The totem of the chaos demon god suddenly moved. Its huge, round head had no eyes, ears, mouth, or nose. For short, thick limbs protruded from its huge body. Its skin was pink like a baby's, but it was covered in veins and wrinkles. It was ugly and stupid. It crawled around the stone pillar stupidly, its head facing Chao Tianjiao and Li Qingshan. Suddenly, it opened its abyss-like mouth and let out a cry that sounded like a baby's cry, but it was 100 or 1,000 times sharper. It leaped out of the stone pillar. It lunged at them. "Kill!" Chao Tianjiao did not retreat. Instead, she advanced and swung her saber to meet it. The scorching Shen Wu saber aura contained the strength and willpower that she had cultivated her entire life. Even Li Qingshan's own spirit was almost torn to pieces. He could not help but praise, "Nice. But it's useless." The chaos demon god swallowed her in one gulp, and the gaping mouth immediately closed up. Everything returned to silence. The 12 demon emperors had worked together to set up the 12 citadel demon formation of the evil. They were still in the demon domain, so this was already an overwhelming force. All resistance and struggles became meaningless. Even if they risked their lives, they would not be able to harm a single hair on the other party. The demon emperors looked at each other. Didn't they just say that they would not kill her? Why did they change their minds in the blink of an eye? But no one dared to ask. In any case, the chaos lineage was a gathering place for lunatics. Ing just stood with his hands behind his back, and he became that kind old man again. "Fellow Taoists, don't worry. She will surrender very soon." He pointed at the 12 citadel demon formation of the evil, and the chaos demon god's huge body shrank and condensed. Demonic chi surged over, and it was as thick as black asphalt. It formed a black egg with a hint of red. "This is a chaos demon egg." A demon emperor cried out. "At least there's someone who knows." Ingja nodded. "She cultivates the Xianwu Dao, so there's no way she will surrender. But she's not." He paused and pointed to the sky. All the demon emperors understood. He was referring to Great Emperor Jinwu. He continued, "In this chaos demon egg, all thoughts will be distorted and turned into chaos. Without the skin, what will the hair attach to? Willpower, persistence, and faith will all become worthless." "Two watching, don't you want revenge? If she comes out again, she might become the next one." "Really?" Tu Wancheng was pleasantly surprised. Even if Chao Tenjiao died in battle, he wouldn't be able to lay a finger on her. The only way to vent his anger was to kill a few demonic beasts. Now that he saw hope, he immediately perked up. As long as you're not afraid of her suddenly killing you in bed. Tu Wancheng trembled, and his body went limp again. All the demon emperors laughed. Old Tu, go ahead and do it. We'll support you from the side. Then I'll have to trouble you. Tu Wancheng cupped his hands humbly. Let's take turns to kill this bitch. We won't let our brothers fail. A bunch of idiots. Aang just suddenly cursed. Why aren't you preparing to attack Black Cloud City? You're all laughing like stupid pigs. The laughter came to a halt. The demon emperors were furious, but they dared not say anything. All they could do was stay far away from this madman. Aang's anger vanished as quickly as it had come. In the blink of an eye, he gazed at the chaos demon egg in the center of the formation deeply again. A cultivator who practices the path of the black tortoise returns to chaos and becomes a demofolk in the end. What a wonderful irony to the desireless heavenly palace. He. The demonic senses in the chaos demon egg twisted and chaotically, surging over like the tide. Chao Trenjia swung her blade a few times, but she was swallowed by the endless chaos in the blink of an eye. She dared not waste any more strength. Li Qingshan said, "That old bastard wants to turn you into a demon folk." "I know," Chao Tenjia said indifferently. "What do I do?" "Die." Chao Tenjia did not even feel the slightest fear. Instead, she felt a sense of relief. "Don't forget, we still have a 30-year promise. If you die, who will I go to for revenge?" Li Qingshan felt very wronged, and very reluctant to accept this. If she died, his own spirit definitely would not survive either. He could not help but think back to that afternoon when he practiced the innate method of practicing qi many years ago, followed by the gui water method of condensing qi, the arts of the boundless ocean, the demon suppression statuary, the demon war statuary, the extreme emperor's record of destruction, the extreme emperor's record of scripture, and finally, the heavenly tome of freedom. Qi practitioner, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, in spirit. After all the painstaking effort, he had raised it to such an extent, yet because of a stupid woman, it was gone just like that. "You." Chao Tianjia was finally moved. "Is there something wrong with your head?" Chapter 1479. You're the one who's crazy. Chao Tenjia closed her eyes and ignored him. She focused on using the black tortoise tome, resisting the invasion of the demonic thoughts with cold determination. Even in such a desperate situation, she didn't waver at all. Li Qingshan couldn't help but admire her extraordinary willpower. Even when he was between life and death, he often felt great fear. But this often stimulated his will to live, and he would defeat strong enemies with courage. But she didn't seem to be afraid at all. Was it really because she had more experience on the battlefield? But she could give up her life, but he still couldn't give up his own spirit. He asked, "Don't you have any other way? For example, ask for help from the Myriad sect." His main body stayed in Black Cloud City, so he could ask for help. At this time, he didn't care about exposing the secret. But the strange thing was, she didn't even have this plan. Was it because she couldn't or didn't want to? "Ask for help," Chao Tenjia said. "If a demon emperor is trapped in Black Cloud City, will the demon realm come to help?" Li Qingshan thought about it and sighed. Of course not. In the end, he overestimated her identity as the eldest senior sister. Even if the Myriad sect gathered all the true disciples, they might not be able to break the 12 citadel demon formation of the evil, and at least half of them would die here. She would definitely die in the formation. Unless Spirit Emperor Guihai or the two sect masters came, but the higher the cultivation, the greater the rejection from the laws of the demon realm. And with such a big formation, the demon realm might have a backup plan. Even a human immortal might not be able to deal with it. The only thing for sure was that she was going to die. The demon emperors weren't stupid villains who talked too much. Once the situation went wrong, they would definitely activate the formation to kill her first. So, even if the Myriad sect knew she was trapped here, they wouldn't go deep into the demon realm and start a war in such a disadvantageous situation. This was the cruelty of war. Even the great senior sister of the sect, who had been flaunting her prowess, would be abandoned. But he didn't want to give up so easily. He absorbed the tide-like demonic aura and demonic thoughts into his own spirit. He began circulating the unfettered heavenly tome. In a sense, the Chaos Demon Egg was a good place to cultivate the unfettered scripture. The demon emperors had invested a lot in order to demonize the myriad sect's great senior sister. All kinds of resources. It had everything. Even though there were all types of chaos and distortions, the Tao of Great Freedom was ever-changing, so there was nothing to fear. Currently, his comprehension was greater than his cultivation, so he could swallow this portion of resources. Qiao Tenjiao opened her eyes and calmed down. He was also astonished. This kid really has some skills. He can actually absorb demonic qi and use the resources of the demonic domain to cultivate. If he hadn't fallen here, he would have made great achievements in the war against the infernal domain in the future. It's not easy for him to persevere in his cultivation and help me resist the demonic thoughts. I've implicated him. Li Qingshan did not care about it. He circulated the unfettered heavenly tome in a frenzy, refining the rolling devil qi and the layers of devil psyche. Compared to Qiao Tianjiao's calmness, his performance was close to madness. Ancient's expression kept changing. Anger, fear, greed. It was slowly becoming stronger and stronger. A cornered beast was fighting. Usually, he was worried that his Shin would go berserk and lose control. He did not dare to be so unrestrained. Now, he had nothing to worry about. Anyway, this Shin could not be taken back. If it went out of control, then so be it. He could just treat it as accumulating cultivation experience. Even if he refined his Shin into a Yangshin, which was basically impossible, he would not be able to escape from this 12-citadel demon formation of the evil. Unless his Shin was completely demonized, then these demon emperors would not be afraid of him, who was of the same kind. But this was the most unacceptable result. He would rather self-destruct his Shin. He was already prepared for this. However, he did not know whether it was because his understanding of the Tao of Great Freedom was too thorough, or because this state of mind was just right for cultivating the unfettered heavenly tome. He cultivated for a long time, but showed no signs of losing control. At such a meaningless moment. Instead, he was advancing bravely and advancing at a tremendous pace. This was too ironic. Bastard! Qiao Tenjiao thought that he was finally afraid. She mocked, if you were more honest, you would still be in the 100-herb garden watering the flowers and planting the trees. Why would you end up like this? Li Qingshan was furious. You still dare to say that? Qiao Tenjiao was not afraid of him. I'm going to die, and I don't dare to say a few words to you. You want to take revenge on me, and I still have to settle the score with you. That day, I was only protected by your words. You don't have to wait for another 30 years. Go and die now. Good. Very good. Li Qingshan was so angry that he laughed. He was overflowing with viciousness. I want you to die a horrible death. As he continued to cultivate, he extracted a burning thought from the chaotic and twisted demonic thoughts and transferred it into her body. Qiao Tenjia sneered. Is that all you've got? She did not even need to guard her mind. Her body had already cut off the red dragon and cut off all evil thoughts. The Yangshen was condensed from the cold, murderous aura of the 7 constellations in the north. It was cruel and cold, and naturally restrained all demonic thoughts. I see. Li Qingshan suddenly understood why she and Li Liehua were so strong, far surpassing the Chuolong, who was also a human emperor. The purer and more extreme the power, the faster it would improve, and the more destructive it would be. This was the case for the Heavenly Book of Fire and the Heavenly Book of Black Tortoise. However, the price to pay was that after reaching a certain realm, the path would become narrower and narrower, and eventually become a bottleneck that was difficult to break through. The synonym for pureness was extreme. What was more terrifying was that this pure power would corrode one's mind. Li Liehua was only slightly provoked by him, and he disregarded the sect's rules to kill him. Was he born with a violent temperament, or was he swallowed and assimilated by the flames? Chao Tenjia was able to be fearless in a desperate situation, but it was probably not a performance of courage. True courage was reflected in overcoming fear and not simply being afraid of nothing. Back then, Gong Yuan walked such a path. Not only did she treat everyone cruelly, but she was also almost swallowed by the power of Ruin's End. Pursuing power was to carry out one's will. If one was held hostage by power, he would not be far from qi deviation. On the surface, eldest senior brother and eldest senior sister seemed to be boundlessly glorious, but in reality, they were constantly being distorted by power. They had no choice but to use their extraordinary willpower to control this overly powerful and pure power. Thus, they had no choice but to dominate the battlefield, using slaughter to calm the turmoil in their hearts. But the more they used it, the faster the power backfired. If they could not break through the sixth heavenly tribulation and reach the human immortal realm, it was impossible for them to die of old age. They would either burn into a ball of fire or a ray of light. The three of us are quite similar. The more we want, the more we have to bear. It's very fair. However, if you really think that you can resist it with your willpower, then you are gravely mistaken. You are still a human after all. Yes, a woman. Li Qingshan laughed madly as he ignited even more flames, burning away her icy cold will. With a great devil like him helping the tyrant, the Chaos Demon Egg finally started to show its power. To be continued. Chapter 1480. Light snow drifted through the air. 12 towering stone pillars stabbed into the depths of the demonic clouds. A huge chaos demon egg hovered in the air at the center, pulsating like a Ru Xian organ. Chao Tianjia did not take Li Qingshan's little tricks to heart at all. She was like a eunuch who was not afraid of being seduced by beauty. She was only waiting for him to fail before mocking him viciously. There was chaos in the surroundings, as if there was a boundless world, yet it was indeed sealed up in this tiny space. These two completely opposite experiences did not seem out of place at all. It was as if she had experienced it somewhere before. At this moment, a strange warmth surged through her heart. It was a feeling she had not felt for a very long time, which made her heart skip a beat. She was rather in disbelief, don't tell me. This kid is definitely a spy from the demon domain, even if he isn't. She was just about to scold Li Qingshan fiercely, or just finish him off. There was a thump, and her heart beat. She suddenly remembered that this was the feeling of being in her mother's womb. Crack! It was like a frozen lake cracking open, spilling out warm spring water and spreading out. Her memories were like a breached dam, unstoppable. She had also once been a little girl. Li Qingshan saw the lines on her valiant face suddenly soften. Her expression even became slightly infatuated, as if she had become a completely different person. Even people who were extremely familiar with her would be mistaken with a single glance. However, this was not the appearance of someone who had completely lost themselves in lust. Instead, she was like a regular person who was on the brink of death, recalling her entire life. Now, that's more like a person. Li Qingshan sighed slightly. Suddenly, he felt that although the demon folk were evil and twisted, they were more like a person from a certain perspective. Even the ugliest side of humanity was still a discussion about humanity at the end of the day. However, her willpower was the exact opposite. It was more like the icy cold light of the stars, beautiful but inhuman. With a thought, he channeled even more demonic thoughts into her. Fear, pain, sorrow. She frowned and thought about when she was over 3 years old. She had tripped over the doorsill and burst into tears. It was not because of pain, but because she had dirted her new clothes. It was a large, red, cotton-padded jacket. It was very warm. Grandma quickly picked her up and even kicked the door frame a few times. She coaxed her softly and was very warm. However, this warmth made her shiver as she recalled the past. How I walk alone in the cold. No matter how cold it was, he couldn't stop. He abandoned all warmth and chased after the illusory cold stars in the winter night. Only in this way would the cold be easier to endure. Once he stopped, he would lose everything. However, at this moment, a chill surged out, almost making him shiver all over. But since he was already in a hopeless situation, he could finally stop and rest. With that in mind, the starlight dimmed. She no longer resisted the invasion of the demonic thoughts, and even took the initiative to accept them. Even if it was painful, she couldn't help but awaken these warm memories one by one. The warmth and coldness that had been accumulating for 1,000 years continuously converged and reflected off each other, gradually shaking her resolve. Her expression fluctuated, sometimes sad, sometimes happy, sometimes worried, sometimes afraid. She became more and more human, but also a little fragile. Li Qingshan suddenly realized that she was indeed an extremely beautiful woman. He could not help but admire the demon domain's methods. The reason why she would not surrender was not because of any debt of gratitude, but because the path she was walking on was one that absolutely could not be shaken by weakness. Otherwise, he would go berserk and be destroyed by his own power. However, they actually had a way to untie this knot, shaking her will and distorting her beliefs without causing her to go berserk. In a sense, it was even opening up a new path for her. Li Qingshan sank into thought. If this continues, I won't be able to survive. She might really choose to pledge allegiance to the demon domain and become a demon emperor. What should I do? Stop her? Sigh, what good is it to me if she becomes the demon emperor? I'm afraid I'm also affected by the demonic will. Activating the heavenly book of freedom, he shielded her from all demonic thoughts. Chao Trenjiao opened her eyes. Her cheeks were rosy, but she was still in a daze. She suddenly realized something and sincerely said, "Thank you." If it wasn't for him, she might have really turned into a demon. You're welcome. It's not like you have a heart of stone. Yes, Chao Tianjia said faintly. I really want to live. An unprecedented desire to survive surged in her fiery heart. Another deeper pain arose, and she couldn't help but clench her fists. Not only now, but she had already fallen into a desperate situation. She knew that the hope was slim, but she had to keep moving forward. Li Qingshan asked, "Are you going to pledge allegiance to the demon domain?" Chao Tianjia's eyes gradually regained their firmness, but it was no longer influenced by power. She made a decision based on her own will. Let's die together. The Yang spirit once again lit up with the cold starlight. She couldn't delay any longer, or the will to survive would overwhelm everything. Wait, are you afraid? It doesn't matter. I'm a little afraid too. Don't worry, it won't hurt, Chao Tenjiao said in a comforting tone. The light of the Yang spirit became more and more intense. Li Qingshan asked, "Do you want to go through 6 heavenly tribulations? Do you have a way?" Chao Tianjiao's eyes flashed. Yes, but it's a narrow escape. What way? Chao Tianjiao believed him a little. Li Qingshan said faintly, Karma Mudra. Chao Tianjiao was stunned for a moment, then she sneered and said, "You're not lying to me, are you?" Li Qingshan said seriously, "Of course not. I'm just fooling you." If it had been in the past, Chao Trenjiao would have killed him without saying a word. This dog of a man who took advantage of others when they were in danger still wanted to take advantage of her at this time. However, encouraged by her will to survive, she decided to listen to him before killing him. Go ahead. The way of black tortoise you walk is too pure and extreme, and it will gradually destroy your will. A slave of power is certainly not qualified to go through 6 heavenly tribulations and become a human immortal. Chao Tianjia nodded. She had reached the peak of 5 heavenly tribulations a long time ago, which was not a big deal. As long as there were no accidents, the human emperor would eventually reach this step. However, most of them would never be able to break through the barrier between human and immortal. Because the human emperor was the limit of a cultivator, they had to use the identity of a human to control an unprecedented huge power, which was bound to cause all kinds of problems and tribulations. Seeing that she had taken the bait, Li Qingshan continued to persuade her, "The book of freedom that I cultivate is the path of the great freedom heaven." The sects that worship the great freedom heaven are all called the outer way. One of them is called the nature sect, which is most proficient in the method of Karma Mudra. Maybe through Karma Mudra, I can help you control this power and wear down some of its sharpness. Chapter 1481. Li Qingshan added fuel to the fire. I once had a dual cultivation partner. Her situation is very similar to yours. She borrowed the power of ruins and to cultivate and almost suffered a backlash from it. In the end, through dual cultivation with me, she successfully controlled the power of ruins and set foot on the peak of life. There was not a single lie in what he said, but there were some inaccuracies. For example, he could help Gong Yuan suppress the power of Ruin's End because of the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression. The two of them were natural partners. Although the black tortoise was half a turtle, it was probably not the same as a spirit turtle. As for whether the dual cultivation techniques of the School of Sex and Strength were effective or not, and how effective they were, he had no idea. Not long ago, he used the techniques of the Sacred Scripture School to offer sacrifices to the realm of freedom and almost failed several times. Chao Tenjiao mocked him habitually. You had a dual cultivation partner before? Hehe. Li Qingshan was like a demon tempting a loyal maiden. With deep malice, he struck out one last time. With your realm, you'll definitely attract the sixth heavenly tribulation once your cultivation improves. Even if you can't overcome it in the end, it'll be better than dying here sullenly. Chao Tenjiu pondered for a while before suddenly swinging her hand like she was swinging down a blade. All right, I'll believe you this time. Senior sister, when have I ever disappointed you? In Black Cloud City, under the gray stone tower, an innocent yet evil smile appeared on Li Qingshan's face. He was like a child who had successfully tricked an adult and succeeded in pulling a prank. What do I need to do? Just listen to my instructions. First, please relax your mind. Of course, there's also the rest. Chao Tenjia suddenly felt rather embarrassed. In this chaos demon egg, her willpower had already wavered a long time ago. However, she was not a wishy-washy person. Since she had made up her mind, she did not hesitate at all. She cooperated with him obediently. In that instant, a chill slid over her skin. From her face to her neck, chest to her abdomen. It greedily went past every inch of her skin, giving her goosebumps. She tensed and closed her eyes. 2 red clouds appeared on her cheeks. She bit her lips subconsciously and pretended to be indifferent. However, she sighed in her heart. How did I fall into such a situation? Is it really my turn to be unlucky? This jinx. Li Qingshan had successfully changed from an outer garment to an inner garment. Furthermore, it was under her obedient cooperation. Instantly, he felt the pleasure of avenging a great hatred. While igniting more flames, he wantonly violated her. The redness on Chao Tianjiao's face deepened, and she said hatefully, "Brat, are you satisfied now?" "No, it's still far from it." "Senior martial sister, please relax a little, open your mind." He was no longer satisfied with just being a piece of cake. "If I demonize, I will definitely kill you." Her voice trembled. His threats seemed to be useless, so he opened his heart completely as he was told. Her mind had already developed an opening, so Li Qingshan's Yin spirit immediately invaded it. He smiled. "As you wish." Her eyes glazed over, and even the sensations in her body disappeared. Everything about her body was suddenly open. In front of him, Dabai no longer had any secrets. This was far more powerful than the invasion of her body. Not long ago, she had also asked him to use an illusionary realm to show her the situation at the Cold Blood Pass. However, that was equivalent to him weaving some lies to her from outside the wall, and she could chase him away at any time. Now, however, he was openly entering through the main gate. He had entered the room and even turned the tables. "Let's begin." Li Qingshan's voice sounded beside her ear, but it also seemed to come from the bottom of her heart. In a trance, the scenery before her eyes changed. The cold pass, the cruel battlefield, and the colorful snowflakes all disappeared. A small river flowed by in front of her eyes, sparkling under the scorching sun. The wind was warm, and the willows were gentle. It was March, the most pleasant time of the year. The surroundings were empty and silent. There were only a few birds chirping. She gently took off her shoes and soaked her feet in the clear river water. A few small fish swam around, and she was so comfortable that she forgot everything else. Prodigy. A gentle voice sounded behind her. She suddenly turned around to see her handsome boyfriend pushing aside the willows and walking toward her. She hurriedly retracted her feet, and the water rippled, but she lost her balance and fell backward. Be careful. A large hand caught her waist, and their eyes met. Their breaths were intertwined, and they were both intoxicated. Another large hand caught her, and she felt a tingling sensation from her feet all the way to the bottom of her heart. She moaned softly, and she fell onto the grass beside the river, where she melted into the spring breeze and flowing water. Li Qingshan began to comprehend the dual cultivation method. The sexual power sect was not an unorthodox sect. Instead, it was the mainstream sect of the heretical sects, and its sect scriptures even surpassed that of the Holy Scripture sect and the Mercury sect. The sexual power sect didn't worship the heavenly lord of the realm of freedom, but rather the linga. The so-called linga was actually the heavenly lord of the realm of freedom. It symbolized reproduction, and it contained the power of creation and rebirth. In the eyes of ordinary believers, this was the most important image of the heavenly lord of the realm of freedom. As for the appearance of waving 6 arms, opening the third eye, and shooting out world-destroying fire, it was a special state that received very few believers. After all, reproduction was the norm, and it was what all living beings wanted to see. However, the great destruction and destruction were bound to be short-lived and terrifying. Gods wanted believers to be in awe, but after all, respect came first. Li Qingshan was completely focused on comprehending the dual cultivation method of the school of strength and nature. As a matter of fact, even the wet dream was secondary. The thing that pranks could not do without was seriousness. Moreover, he had to be serious. Chao Tianjiao's yang spirit was too powerful, and its power was 10 times, or even 100 times that of his yin spirit. Moreover, its evil spirit was extremely heavy. If he couldn't enter the perfect dual cultivation state as soon as possible, even if she was willing to cooperate and open her mind, his yin spirit would quickly be torn apart. If he resisted even a little, his yin spirit would be directly destroyed. In such a short time, part of his yin spirit had been worn out, and he had just unbuttoned her clothes in the illusion. Under such circumstances, how could he enjoy himself? Before he could do anything, his yin spirit had been worn out, which was even worse than impotence. His prank had failed, and it had become a heavy blow. However, he gradually understood something. In that case, the process of my cultivation of the heavenly book of freedom seems to be a little abnormal. Reproduction and destruction, creation and destruction, were always 2 sides of the same coin, the outside and the inside. However, generally speaking, there was an order between the two. It was definitely creation before destruction, and reproduction before destruction. Especially for all living beings, the former was not only more important, but also easier to understand. However, he had started with great destruction, and he had quickly comprehended the ultimate skill of the way of freedom, the most powerful combat power, the world-destroying fire. Chapter 1482. According to his method of cultivation, the heavenly tome of freedom was not a cultivation method at all. Regular people would never be able to comprehend the spirit of great destruction and great destruction. He had first entered the demon war statuary through the demon suppression statuary, then obtained a cultivation method born at the end of the world like the extreme monarch's record of world destruction. This was already a very great fortuitous coincidence. During this process, he had personally witnessed the wreckage of a world before personally destroying the 9 provinces and even a world. Only in this way could one comprehend the meaning of great destruction and great destruction. When one began to cultivate the unfettered tome, one would naturally walk down this path until one comprehended the divine fire of annihilation. For now, one could not see the upper limit of the destructive power of such a peerlessly domineering move. This was because he had always been under great pressure to survive, so it was not strange for him to embark on this path. However, regular cultivators, even if they possessed great talent and reincarnated celestials, would never destroy an entire world for the sake of cultivation. All they could do was crawl obediently. For example, they could find a girl for dual cultivation and experience the joy of reproduction and the great harmony of life. This was the most normal method of cultivation, but he had completely reversed things. I see. So I've been doing the opposite the entire time. Li Qingshan came to a realization and laughed aloud. In the illusion, Chao Tianjiao, who was half undressed, only saw her lover smile happily. She grumbled, "What are you laughing at?" Li Qingshan only smiled. A third of his Yin spirit had already been worn away. The illusion was already on the verge of shattering. He powered the spirit turtle transformation with all his might and deduced another possibility for the existence of the heavenly tome of freedom. No wonder my nascent soul would go berserk when I underwent the fourth heavenly tribulation, bent on destroying itself. If it were any other regular cultivator, their nascent soul would be done for. How the hell am I supposed to cultivate? It's not like that old turtle comprehended the heavenly tome of freedom to harm his own disciple. There must be a simpler path. The cycle of vitality I comprehended from the Qilin transformation just happens to be able to keep a berserk Yin spirit in check. Looks like it's not a coincidence. From reproduction to destruction. From creation to destruction. That's the most normal path of cultivation for the heavenly tome of freedom. This was the result of being a test subject for a new cultivation technique. There was no one to scout ahead. However, it wasn't too late to wake up now. It was even just right. This path was too simple for him. He had personally created the world of 5 continents, which was even larger than the world of 9 regions, and had comprehended the true meaning of endlessness in the Qilin method of longevity. Most importantly, he had a strong desire to reproduce. Otherwise, he wouldn't have died at such a critical moment. She had to trick Chao Tianjiao. It was much easier to comprehend reproduction and creation than destruction and destruction. Chao Tianjiao's eyes are closed tightly. The 7 constellations in the Yang spirit are shining, and the illusion is about to collapse. She frowned, vaguely feeling that her lover was somewhat familiar. It was even a little annoying. Just as she was about to wake up from her dream, the spirit turtle's deduction was complete. Li Qingshan suddenly leaned over and kissed her red lips that were as delicate as roses. He suddenly reversed the heavenly tome of freedom, and his Yin spirit, which was originally full of destruction and the will to destroy, suddenly changed its appearance. At the end of destruction and destruction, vitality flourished. It was as if green grass had sprouted on the ground that had been burned by fire, and it was a riot of colors. He looked at Chao Tianjiao with eyes full of love and gentleness, like a river winding through the earth. It nourished the creatures along the coast. She felt that her lover suddenly became infinitely charming, and her mind became more and more intoxicated. The familiar feeling did not disappear, but became 10 times or even 100 times more profound, making her believe that this reunion at this time was destined in their previous lives. The dual cultivation method began to operate, and her Yin spirit was no longer worn down by her Yang spirit. Instead, it was nourished a little, and the illusion immediately stabilized. Heavenly Sun. He took off the last piece of her clothes, and his expression was solemn and almost pious, as if it was no longer a prank. She also looked at him with a smile. Her body glowed faintly in the spring sunshine, like a goddess. She reached out and hugged him in her arms. With a moan, they finally became one. It was just like the first couple in the world, releasing their most primitive desire for love. The Yin spirit and Yang spirit intertwined, completely fusing as one. What was even more amazing was that the male Li Qingshan was a Yin spirit, while the female Chao Tianjiao was a Yang spirit. Extreme Yin gave birth to Yang, and Extreme Yang gave birth to Yin. The cycle of Yin and Yang suppressed and complemented each other. As expected, they had achieved the great harmony of life. The dream seemed like it would never end. He only felt extremely happy. Even if it was all an illusion after he woke up, even if they were separated by life and death, Even if they became enemies, as long as he was happy, it was enough. Below the gray stone tower, a black ape tail rose up behind Li Qingshan. Jijijijiji. With a boom, the ape demon transformation broke through to the 5th layer. The miniature world expanded and underwent a qualitative change, becoming brand new. The many divine and demonic transformations that had been suppressed all returned to their original realm. The 5th layer of the ox demon. The 5th layer of the tiger demon. The 5th layer of the phoenix. The 5th layer of the spirit turtle. Waves of power surged, both old and new, surging in the miniature world. In the frenzied battle between the gods and demons, a new balance was achieved, but it was broken again until a stable structure was formed and all the power began to condense. His cultivation base continued to skyrocket. GG. Li Qingshan leaped up and did a somersault. Every time his cultivation base skyrocketed, he did a somersault, making a total of 321 somersaults. Amidst the joy, he did not forget the great contributor, Qiao Tuanjiao. The dream kept changing, and they kept meeting in new places, with new identities, getting to know each other, loving each other, and having sex. She had completely forgotten her original appearance. He dominated the dream, using yin to yang, using softness to overcome hardness, and constantly helped her grind away the excessive sharpness of the yang spirit. He made the originally pure power even purer, and it was no longer as cold, cruel, and difficult to control. This was what he had promised, and now he had done it. By absorbing the power of her yang spirit, as well as the nourishment of the chaotic demonic egg, the cultivation base of his yin spirit was also constantly growing, and he had already caught a glimpse of the yang spirit realm. If he wanted to, he could drag her deeper into the dream, and further improve his cultivation base. The path of dual cultivation was inseparable from two words, plucking yin to nourish yang, and plucking yang to nourish yin. However, he did not do that. Instead, he made the dream become fainter and fainter, closer and closer to reality, until it could not get any fainter, and he returned to the willow bank. She recalled everything about herself, and her expression went blank for a moment. In this short period of time, she had experienced countless lives and experienced happiness that she had never experienced before. Including Li Qingshan's face, it could not be any more familiar. In the dream, they still saw each other with sincerity, and they were entangled together. You. Qiao Tuanjiao's expression changed, embarrassment, anger, hatred, confusion, and a hint of reluctance. Senior sister. Chapter 1483. Who knew? She had to go all the way if she wanted to act. Li Qingshan's expression was erratic. Senior sister, do you know? I fell in love with you from the first time I saw you. I once had a woman I wanted to marry. She wasn't as strong and dazzling as you are. She wasn't even as beautiful as you. But in the end, I let her down. Qiao Tuanjiao felt a little sour for some reason. She couldn't help but ask, so, am I her substitute? Of course not. I don't want a substitute, and I don't want to let anyone down. Li Qingshan's face was lonely. So even if I fell in love with her, I didn't want to get close to her. But I couldn't stand being looked down upon by the woman I loved. So I had to fight with you. Please don't blame me. Qiao Tuanjiao grabbed his throat and raised her eyebrows. Do you think I'll believe your nonsense? Then she let go of him dejectedly. Sigh, we're going to die anyway. You took advantage of us for nothing. Even if I've been tricked by you, don't talk nonsense here. How shameless of you to take advantage of me and still pretend to be innocent. Li Qingshan smiled brightly. Yes, it seems that it's still a little lacking. I still lack enough resources. After all, I have to cross the barrier between human and immortal. He transferred all the power accumulated in his yin spirit into her yang spirit. Harvesting yin to replenish yang and harvesting yang to replenish yin were the eternal themes of the path of dual cultivation. However, it was often accompanied by coercion, deceit, and temptation. It would inevitably lead to resentment and sin. Those who wanted to take the shortcut often fell into the abyss, so it was regarded as an evil path. There was only one exception. That was when one party sacrificed himself unconditionally and willingly gave his life and power to the other party. Just like at this moment, Chao Tianjiao's heart shook. She couldn't believe it. What are you going to do? Li Qingshan smiled. Fulfill my promise. The power of his Yin spirit was rapidly draining away. His figure gradually became blurry. The spring scenery by the willow bank became illusory. The dream began to collapse. At this moment, his Yin spirit contained the power of rebirth. Chao Tianjiao felt pain in her heart, and she angrily said, Chao Tianjiao, don't need your pity. She tried to reject Li Qingshan's power, but to no avail. She was no longer in control of this dream. I'm not pitiful. If only one of us can survive, I hope it's you. Li Qingshan smiled and stretched out his translucent hand, gently caressing her face as if he was in the deepest dream. Stay alive. You forgot about me. Chao Tianjiao stretched out his hand, but he grabbed nothing. The dreamland completely collapsed, and he returned to the primal chaos. A brand new power surged in her body, but she felt pain in her heart. Dream after dream reverberated in his mind. Qingshan, with a loud bang, Yin and Yang merged as one, and the primordial spirit was refined. The 7 constellations formation turned into the shape of a turtle snake, releasing great radiance, illuminating the true black tortoise Great Tao. It flew over the endless abyss, directly reaching the human immortal realm. The human Tao and the immortal Tao would be separated there. It was the rebirth she had been looking forward to for a long time. However, she stood there in a daze. She had experienced battles and seen life and death, but now she suddenly understood what it meant to be separated by life and death. Boom! A sudden clap of thunder shook the chaos demonic egg, as if it was urging her. She pressed her chest, and her heart beat as if she had been reborn. She lost a lot of killing intent and gained a touch of gentleness. She pulled herself together again, and her eyes became determined again. She stepped onto the Great Tao, facing the heavenly tribulation. I will survive, but I will never forget you. Pfft. Ha 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 ha. Under the gray stone tower, Li Qingshan hugged his stomach and rolled on the ground laughing. His tears were squeezed out. After the prank succeeded, he naturally had to laugh to his heart's content. Chao Tianjiao, oh Chao Tianjiao, no matter how cunning you are, you drank my foot-washing water. My acting skills have been tested for a long time. Don't even mention it. Ha 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 ha. Qingshan, little and heard the noise and came down from upstairs. He came down from upstairs with a strange look on his face. What happened? Let me tell you. As a result, Li Qingshan told her everything that had happened, such as how he would be ambushed if he infiltrated Cold Blood Pass. However, he did not mention how he would trick Chao Tianjiao. It was a matter of life and death anyway, and she had volunteered to do that. As for the part about dual cultivation, it was not suitable for children, so he left out a lot of it. The confession of love at the end was really worthy of being written in a book. You must have tricked her. Little and only needed to look at his expression to guess most of it. I didn't. I am practically a Casanova, sacrificing myself to help her. Are you serious? Little and curled his lips. I didn't. My Yin soul can't be saved anyway, and I have already understood how to cultivate, so I might as well help her. But I don't think she will survive. Li Qingshan shook his head. Not to mention that he had not undergone the 5th heaven tribulation. Even if he succeeded, he would not be able to break the 12 citadel demon formation of the ominous. Who knew how deep the water was inside? Then, do you hope she can survive? A day as husband and wife means 100 days of love. How could it be just a day between them? They still had some feelings. Maybe he wanted to see her expression at that time, or maybe he really wanted her to live. Who knew? You lied to her. She will definitely not let you go. Li Qingshan shuddered. She was already so difficult to deal with when she was a human emperor. If she became a human immortal. Haha, 6 heaven tribulations, human immortal realm. How can it be so easy to pass through? She is probably struck to death by lightning, or possessed by a devil, or killed by the 12 citadel demon formation of the ominous. In the Cold Blood Pass, the sky changed color, thunder rumbled, and snow flew. Ingja's expression changed. 6 heaven tribulations. The other demon emperors also rushed back. She attracted 6 heaven tribulations? How is that possible? They were all stuck in the same realm, so they knew exactly how difficult it was to pass through. It was no longer a question of whether they could pass through the tribulation successfully, but whether they could break through the bottleneck and attract the heaven tribulations. Demon emperors gained divinity one step further, stepping into the realm of demigods, and they could be called evil gods. From then on, they would stand above the billions of demon folk, only below the 12 demon gods. Even demon gods would try to rope them in. In such a chaotic and cruel demon domain, they could finally rest easy. This was the realm that all demon emperors dreamed of. Chao Tenji was in the demon domain, and she was even trapped in the 12 citadel demon formation of the ominous, yet she could actually attract the heaven tribulations. It really surprised everyone. She probably collected an essence soul pill. She's in such a hurry. She definitely won't succeed. If she gave that essence soul pill to me, you wouldn't be bold enough to swallow it even if I gave it to you. Ingja's face sank, and he bellowed furiously, "Cut the crap, activate the formation, and kill her immediately." Chapter 1484. Lightning flashed in the churning demonic clouds, growing brighter and louder. The majestic heavenly might broke through all obstacles and came crashing down from the 9 heavens. The 12 demon emperors stood on the totem pillars again, their faces solemn. They were no longer as relaxed as they were when they ambushed Chao Tianjiao. If he were to be sucked into the heavenly tribulation, his life would be in danger. Activating the demon heart, demonic chi surged as he chanted, praising the great achievements of the 12 demon gods. The power of the 12 citadel demon formation of the ominous was fully unleashed. Chaos Destroyer. Ingja suddenly stomped his foot and pointed at the center of the formation. The chaos demonic egg suddenly shrank as if it wanted to crush Chao Tianjiao inside. The sound of thunder was getting closer and closer, as if it was rolling over his head. He was impatient and stamped his feet repeatedly, shouting, "Die, die, 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 die." The chaos demonic egg continued to shrink, becoming smaller and smaller until it was only the size of a water tank. However, it contained the full power of 12 demon monarchs and the 12 citadel sky demon formation of the ominous. Even a mountain would be crushed. Go to hell. Ingja's face revealed a hint of relief. A blade suddenly pierced through the chaos demonic egg, and Chao Tianjiao's voice came from within, thunder. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts descended from the sky. The blazing light illuminated the entire canyon, and the 12 demon sovereigns' expressions changed drastically. The Guan Mountain collapsed, the earth quaked, and the totem pillars trembled. The demon emperors couldn't stand still and looked at Ingja. Even if the 12 demon emperors were to join forces and rely on the 12 citadel demon formation of the ominous, they would not be able to contend against this brilliant heavenly might. There was a limit to one's strength, but heaven's might was boundless. Tens of thousands of thunderbolts condensed at the tip of the saber and flowed along the blade, deep into the chaos demonic egg. Break! With a wave of his saber, lightning flashed. Chao Tianjiao broke out of the primal chaos demonic egg and leaped out, looking as heroic as a god. Another slash. He broke through the formation and went against the light, like a fish transforming into a dragon. The demon emperors looked up at her radiant figure and were momentarily at a loss for words. She already had the bearing of a human fairy. Once he passed this trial, even demon emperors like them would have to look up to him. Tu Wancheng shuddered. If she were to become a human immortal, he would definitely die if she slashed at him again. Lord Ingja, you absolutely cannot let this slut pass her tribulation. Ingja's fingers were entangled like ropes, and his face was extremely distorted. He said fiercely, "Lower the formation and preserve our strength." The demon emperors immediately dispersed, and the totem pillars sank back into the ground. No matter what the 12 citadel demon formation of the ominous was, if it was seen as an obstacle by the heavenly tribulation, it would be blasted to smithereens in minutes. It's impossible for her to succeed, absolutely impossible. Ingja muttered to himself, as if to comfort himself, "This is the infernal domain, whether she has any preparations or not." How could he succeed? The demon emperors remained silent and looked up. Transcending 6 heavenly tribulations was an extremely rare sight for them. He might be able to comprehend something from it. However, just like Ingja, they also didn't think that she could pass the tribulation successfully, so they were still very worried. Tu Wancheng couldn't help but call out, "Should we retreat a little further?" "You coward!" Ingja flew into a rage. "Even if she succeeds, she will definitely be extremely weak. We still have the 12 Citadel demon formation of the evil. We can kill her." A ferocious look flashed across Tu Wancheng's face. If this bitch really becomes a human immortal. If this slut really becomes a human immortal, no matter how weak she is, how can a formation trap her? Ingja, on the other hand, regained his composure. He was as calm as a sheet of dead ash. "I have my own ways." "Other ways." Tu Wancheng suddenly thought of something and immediately lowered his head. He didn't dare to say anything else, and he laughed sinisterly in his heart. "You old thing, just let this slut pass the tribulation successfully, and then you will suffer." Amidst the boundless lightning, a few tribulation thunders flew back and forth, continuously attacking Chao Tianjiao. She was already at the peak of human emperor, and with the full power of Li Qingshan's spirit, she was even more powerful. In this desperate counterattack, she fully activated the heavenly book of Black Tortoise. The 7 mansions shone, turning into a tortoise and a snake, and the unparalleled power of the Black Tortoise was no weaker than the lightning. Moreover, this power was used at will like never before, condensing on the edge of the saber and scattering at will, turning into a black tortoise saber aura, fighting equally with the tribulation thunders. This is all thanks to him. Chao Tianjia thought of Li Qingshan's face again and the countless days and nights in her dreams. What left the deepest impression was not when they had sex, but the scenes he had set up. In one dream, they were all on a luxurious ship. She was the young lady of a rich family, and she was forced to marry a rich man she didn't like. He was just a poor scholar in the bottom cabin, but he saved her from despair. She still remembered clearly that he held her in his arms, standing at the bow of the ship, as if they were flying on the sea, and hearing him shout, "I am the king of the world." In that instant, all kinds of emotions surged in her heart, and a tribulation thunder swept past, almost cutting off her arm that was holding the saber. Her heart shuddered as she realized that her power was showing signs of losing control again. She immediately came to a realization. Fighting demons. This was an obstacle that was bound to be encountered when going through the 6th heavenly tribulation. If a cultivator wanted to transform from a mortal to an immortal, he would be attacked by devils that would prevent him from becoming an immortal. There were 4 types of demons: fighting demons, vexation demons, death demons, and sky demons. When Li Qingshan's nascent soul went berserk, Wan Yaoju had mistaken him for the 5 Yin devils. However, this was actually a treatment that ordinary cultivators did not have. Otherwise, most cultivators would die before reaching the 6th heavenly tribulation. Even the weakest 5 Yin devil was a terrifying devil repellent. As for the most powerful heavenly demon, that was already a treatment that only deities could enjoy. It was the incarnation of the great unfettered heaven who personally came to stop people from attaining the Tao. As for the Mahasvara himself, it was said that only the Gautama Buddha had ever received such treatment. Among the 5 Yin, form, perception, thought, action, and knowledge. Among them, beauty was the foundation, and it referred to this physical body. When the mind and color were combined, it formed the body of form, and perception, action, and knowledge was born. The flourishing of the 5 Yin was one of the 8 sufferings of life. As for the 7 major sufferings, birth, old age, illness, death, separation from love, resentment, and unattainable, they were all born from the 5 Yin. The 5 Yin devils belonged to the inner devil, which was formed from the body of form and was born from the inner devil. Originally, when she cultivated the heavenly scripture of Black Tortoise, she had a strong murderous aura and was as cold as the stars. She did not even care about this body of form, so there was no such thing as an inner devil. However, after this dual cultivation, she had opened the door to the realm of man immortal, and also gained the corresponding feeling, perception, action, and knowledge. Her 5 were flourishing, and she could not control herself. For a moment, illusions appeared in front of her, and she felt uneasy. Suddenly, she was surrounded by danger. If it was not for the fact that she cultivated the Tao of Black Tortoise, where the 7 mansions were stable and cold in nature, and the hidden intention of devil slaying, and the tempering during the dual cultivation, which made it much easier to control, she would have been smashed into pieces by the tribulation thunder. Jinwu devil slaying, 7 mansions into 1. The black tortoise as the armor and the black snake as the weapon. Her expression was solemn. While operating the heavenly scripture of Black Tortoise, she visualized the statue of Jinwu Great Emperor to restrain the 5 devils. Although her body was slowed down and she suffered a lot of injuries, she was still able to control the situation and dispel the illusions in front of her. However, at this moment, she held her breath and widened her eyes. She saw Li Qingshan standing in the lightning with his back facing her. You're still alive. Chapter 1485. Li Qingshan suddenly turned around and smiled, just like in a dream. The lightning could not hurt him at all. It was as if he was here to save her, just like in a dream. Qiao Tenjia felt a pain in her heart. She shook her head. No, that's impossible. His spirit was destroyed. He is really dead. Even if he is still alive, he can't stand in the lightning tribulation. Could it be? Her mind flashed, and her heart sank. Annoyance demon. Annoyance demon, as the name suggested, was annoyance. In life, there were 7 emotions and 6 desires: greed, anger, and jealousy. All of them were annoyances. If the 5 demons were formed from the heart demons, they were pure inner demons. Annoyance demon was a combination of the inside and the outside, originating from the inside and affecting the outside. In other words, this annoyance demon was a demon under the command of the Mahasvara. It had its own will, and it was a hindrance to cultivators going through the tribulations. The former was similar to schizophrenia. As long as one's mind was strong enough, one could control it. The latter, however, was caused by a villain. This villain was not afraid of weapons or sorcery. Even if one's mind was flawless, it could still create a flaw. Hence, it was much more dangerous than the 5 demons. Qiao Tianjiao's 7 emotions and 6 desires were all caused by Li Qingshan. Greed, anger, and jealousy were also caused by Li Qingshan. As a result, the worry demon was affected by this and naturally turned into Li Qingshan. Even if the annoyance demon just stood there and did not attack, it already gave her a lot of pressure. The records in the heavens are true. Cultivating the heavenly book of Black Tortoise will attract the annoyance demon when going through the 6th tribulation. Because of the difference in cultivation methods, the difference in one's strength, and the difference in the tribulation would be different as well. In short, if one was strong, it would be stronger. No matter how strong Li Qingshan was, no matter how strong he was, no matter how strong the nirvana of the phoenix was, he was almost killed by the lightning tribulation. On the other hand, Wan Yaozhu's heavenly book of nature did not show that one would encounter the annoyance demon when going through the 6th tribulation. Perhaps it was because the cultivators of the heavenly book of Black Tortoise were cold and would not be easily affected by the 5 demons. Perhaps it was because of the Jinwu demon rinsing patriarch. This made the great freedom heavenly demon, who was known as the demon lord, a little unhappy. Therefore, in order to increase the difficulty, there was an additional vexing demon. Fortunately, there was only one. Legend has it that when one ascends to become an immortal, 3,000 troubles will come to obstruct them. However, just one vexing demon was already a nightmare. Thunder rumbled and the world resounded. The 5 demons were still restless. The more they fought, the stronger the tribulation lightning became. Once the vexation demon attacked, it would be the time of her death. In this desperate situation, she frowned and looked at the long saber in her hand. There's no other way. I can only disarm myself. Using a weapon to destroy his own body. This was known as the army dispersal. He destroyed his own body with flames. It was called pyrolysis. And so on and so forth. There was also dissolving water, dissolving earth, dissolving sword, dissolving staff. There were as many ways to commit suicide as there were ways to free oneself. They were collectively known as dissolving corpse. There was only one purpose: to abandon this body. Not only could he solve the problem of the overflowing 5 een, the 7 emotions and 6 desires would also be greatly eliminated, and his troubles would be greatly reduced. Life in this world. Many pains and troubles came from this stinky body. However, if a mortal lost this stinky body, he would die. He would obediently go through reincarnation and receive the next stinky body. Even for cultivators, this stinky body was a very important tool. It was equivalent to a small boat. Without a boat, one could not reach the other side. It was already very difficult to not drown in the water, much less continue forward. Only by cultivating the primordial spirit could one leave the body. It was independent. It was equivalent to being able to breathe in the water and would not drown. Therefore, if the situation during the tribulation was too dangerous, such as the damage to the body or the overflowing 5 een, many cultivators would simply abandon their bodies. Although they could not become a human immortal after the tribulation and could only be an undead immortal, they still had the word immortal. Regardless of whether it was their lifespan or strength, they were far above human emperors. It was much better than dying. Chao Tenjia had no choice but to plan to disarm herself. However, at this moment, she saw Li Qingshan again. Although she knew that he was the incarnation of the demon of annoyance, she could not help but be shocked. If I do this, won't I go back to the old path and waste his sacrifice? Even if I manage to survive, my temperament will become colder and crueler. I will never think about him again. When Chao Tianjia thought about this, she made up her mind. Forget it. Since I said I won't forget, I definitely won't. If worst comes to worst, I'll just die here and be a mandarin duck with him. She waved her long saber and cut off the lightning. She shouted, "Thunder." She threw life and death to the back of her mind. With courage and determination, she fought against the tribulation thunder. At this moment, joy surged in her heart. She experienced the heroic passion that she had not felt for a long time. A true brave person was not fearless. Instead, they could overcome their fear and move forward resolutely. In an instant, the newborn primordial spirit stabilized, and the power was under her control. The path of cultivation was never just a fight between power, but also a fight between wills. Trying to eliminate one's fear and hesitation to become brave, trying to abandon one's 7 emotions and 6 desires to become determined, were the actions of a coward. They were like deserters. Such cultivators would eventually be enslaved by other people's power or their own. She looked at the demon of vexation and her lips curled into a smile. She silently said, "Thanks, kid. Come on." Even if she died now, she would not regret it. However, for some reason, the demon of annoyance seemed to be hesitant. He did not come forward to kill her. Could it be that because he had turned into Li Qingshan, he had also become a Casanova and could not bear to destroy a flower? However, the demon of annoyance muttered, "Strange, why does this woman have the aura of the heavenly lord?" Chao Tenjiao came to a sudden realization and almost laughed out loud. Li Qingshan cultivated the heavenly scripture of Mahasvara and walked the path of the great boundless heavenly demon master. Different paths had different treatment. The path of Black Tortoise would be specially targeted, while the path of nature would be neither targeted nor given preferential treatment. Coincidentally, his path of Mahasvara was given preferential treatment in such a place. This could be said to be an act of shielding one's shortcomings, or it could be said that the cultivators who cultivated the path of Mahasvara had to go through more tests. Because of their outstanding performance, they would get extra points in the final exam. Li Qingshan truly understood the path of Mahasvara through dual cultivation. In terms of destruction, he cultivated the divine fire of annihilation. In terms of creation, he sacrificed himself to save Chao Tianjiao. When he packaged up his Yin spirit and gave it to Chao Tianjiao, his aura, which was the aura of the great boundless heavenly demon, was left on her. Naturally, the demon of annoyance was afraid. This fear was not only out of respect for the great leader, but also out of concern for its own safety. The demon of annoyance was a very special existence. It was neither human nor demon, neither god nor ghost. It was not even afraid of the heavenly tribulations. No matter how strong Chao Tianjiao's black tortoise saber gang was, it would be difficult for her to kill it. However, if Li Qingshan were to undergo the heavenly tribulation here, and his yang spirit had already become a primordial spirit, the demon of annoyance would not be able to shake him. Instead, it would be distorted by his will. If it dared to come up and make noise, he would immediately turn it into ashes with the divine fire of annihilation. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.